Chapter 28. God Equipment, Eternal Night Scepter, the symbol of the undead king. It is said that it is a personal item of Lord Eternal Night and it contains the secrets of the Lord's strength. However, it has never appeared on the stage of history. This was how the Tower of 10,000 Spells introduced the Eternal Night Scepter. As the only undead emperor in recent times, the rise of the King of Eternal Darkness was as legendary as his disappearance. No one knew how he rose to power, just like how no one would have predicted that he would be defeated at his peak. However, many people guessed that his sudden rise to power was inextricably linked to this god equipment. This divine artifact has never appeared in history, and its existence was once doubted. If you kill a person who spread rumors, you can receive a reward of 100 gold coins from the 7th Administrative Office of the Shiluor Empire. However, many of the Emperor's personal guards and attendants, including myself, have heard him whisper these words: "Do you want my power and authority? Go find it. I have placed everything there." Eternal Night Scepter. The wisdom of the Emperor is as deep as the ocean. At that time, no one expected that the invincible Eternal Night Army would be defeated. However, he wasn't fooled by the illusion. The soul flames in his eyes had already seen through the future. His seemingly ominous mutterings were in fact the future of the kingdom after his absence. Ever since he disappeared, including me, there are still many high-tier undead who don't believe that the invincible emperor would die in battle. This rumor spread like wildfire. It seems that only the owner of the Eternal Night Scepter can become the successor of the undead emperor has long become the consensus of all intelligent undead. If someone really obtained the scepter, then perhaps the great empire wouldn't be at its end. The emperor had already prepared the best future for the undead empire, and the foolish undead lords actually ignored undead Emperor Carwen's teachings. After he left, they began to fight for power. They lack the legitimacy of the undead lords, so they hope to forcefully ascend the throne through brute force and become the new undead emperor. In the end, the undead empire that was about to be established turned into a bubble. The invincible Eternal Night Army was exhausted and the remnants of the army formed the Shiluor Empire. Due to this historical reason, even though the authority was shared among the 12 strongest senators, it was still an empire. However, we won't allow any of us to ascend to that position. The throne had been empty for more than 100 years, and it was destined to remain empty until the owner of the scepter appeared. The recorder of history, Shiluor Empire's 7th senator, Spider Marquis, the great emperor's eternal guard, Lionheart. Back then, when I saw little Lionheart's historical work, my jaw was dislocated on the spot. I really didn't know what expression I should have. If I was still alive and sweating, cold sweat, crazy sweat, waterfall sweat, Genghis Khan, none of them would be enough to express my extremely complex emotions. From a certain standpoint, the malicious joke I made back then had already achieved results that far exceeded my expectations. Now, in order to make this underground world even more chaotic, I had prepared the second half of the joke with malicious intent. Eternal Night Scepter, a black wooden scepter that was about 1 meter long. It looked like it was made of wood, but in reality, it was filled with bone powder. It was a special scepter made of a mixture of wood and bone. It was carved by me personally. The blood-colored rose patterns and decorations on it were filled with my personal style. My old friend from back then would be able to recognize it with a single look. On the handle of the scepter, there were even the words Eternal Night Scepter, which was my unique grey death ice magic. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that it was a high-grade item. However, just that alone was far from enough. The first thing we have to deal with is its origin. A treasure without an origin would always raise suspicions. Adam, sign your name on this document with your soul imprint. Sweeping a glance at the document, Adam, who wished for the world to be in chaos, laughed heartily. Then, he happily signed his name on it. Adam Han. The flame-like words didn't have the slightest bit of heat as they burned quietly on the paper. The soul imprint that originated from the soul imprint is different for everyone. It is the symbol of a legend's identity and it is impossible to forge it. Also, the name on my scepter, the grey death ice words, carried the scent of ice and death. It was also my soul imprint when I was Lord Yunye, making it even more authentic. What I wanted him to sign was a contract to entrust an auction. The party being entrusted was the biggest auction house in the city where the Underground Alliance was established, Vikastandi. With this certificate, at the very least, it could prove that the Eternal Night Scepter came from the hands of the hero, Adam Han. Furthermore, it specifically stated that the origin of this god equipment was legitimate and that it was obtained by Adam from Lord Yongye. Adam used his own reputation to guarantee the authenticity of the document. When this news were to spread, everyone would guess that Adam hid the Eternal Night Scepter when he defeated Lord Yongye. Then, the origin of the Eternal Night Scepter would become authentic. What the document said was the truth. Adam did obtain the scepter from me, just that there were some discrepancies in the timeline. You are the one who misunderstood, so you can't blame me for it. Then, I held the scepter and infused my magic into it. However, I wanted Adam to hold the other end of the scepter and infuse his own power into it. Then, with a twist, a pull, a turn. Catcher! Fire and ice collided, causing an explosion. The scepter almost broke. There were many cracks on it. On one side, there were traces of fire burning, while on the other, there was a grayish-black color of corrosion and ice spreading. Alright, this caused the damage caused by the battle between Lord Yongye and the Red Lotus hero. Then, even if there was anything wrong, they would push the blame to the damage caused by the battle. However, it was still a little too new. Thus, I threw it on the ground and jumped around on it, stepping on it. Then, when Adam wanted to come over to help, I kicked him away. This fellow didn't know how to control his strength. Furthermore, he was strong. If I let him jump a few times, it would definitely break. Then, wouldn't everything that happened before be for naught? The historical traces are barely there. I guess it will do. Looking at the scepter that was filled with dust and footprints, I nodded my head in satisfaction. It was no longer that brand new wooden scepter. With a single look, I could tell that it was an old item that was filled with scars, making it look like a relic. Marguerite pondered by the side. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth to speak. No matter how much it looks like the real one, but, yes, it's still not enough. Of course, I knew that it wasn't enough. This wasn't the same as a praising relic from my previous world where I could only rely on my experience and knowledge to find the flaws. In this world, there were true gods and there were many types of prophecy magic. It wasn't that easy to fake it. However, this was within my expectations from the very start. Adam and I were once semigods, the strongest existences below the true gods. Normal prophecy magic was basically ineffective against us. However, in this world, there were still a few abilities that were troublesome to deal with. High-rank priests' God's prayer asked a question to the true God they believed in. If the true God happened to be free, even the most beloved priest of the true God has less than a 1/10 chance of success in using this divine art. The priest might answer your question, but it would only answer yes or no. The great mage's otherworld truth spell summoned a true spirit from another world to ask him a question, but it would still only answer yes or no. There was also the witch's tarot divination. Through the interpretation of the line of fate, it would still only answer true or false. Based on what I knew, the most reliable prophecy magic had this problem. It could only answer yes or no. Sometimes, there would still be no answer. Furthermore, the shorter the question, the higher the possibility of getting an answer. After making a prophecy once, it was impossible to make another prophecy in a short period of time. This wasn't a coincidence, but the rule of the world. The stronger the prophecy magic, the closer it was to the truth of the world, but the stricter the restrictions on it would be. At the same time, the more information one had to obtain, the more exhaustion one would have in the process of discovering the truth, making it impossible to find out the deeper truth. Indeed, I could pay the price, just like how I concealed my own existence on the line of fate, making the prophecy magic aimed at the Eternal Night Scepter ineffective. However, sometimes, being unable to find a problem meant that there was a problem. Being unable to detect it meant that there was something fishy about it. Then, the conclusion was obvious. We needed to make the prophecy magic come to a wrong conclusion. To make a 100% accurate prophecy magic come to a wrong conclusion, does it sound inconceivable? Sometimes, being correct doesn't mean being true and being true doesn't mean being correct. Since it could only answer yes or no, Then, there were many tricks that could be played. I sorted out the 3 questions that they could possibly ask. The first one, which was also the one that had to be asked, was this the Eternal Night Scepter personally crafted by Lord Yongye? There was no need to play any tricks on this, it was definitely authentic. Then, the second most likely question would be, is there a secret of Lord Yongye within it? This question was simple, but the simpler it was, the more information it contained. If there was no secret, then even if this scepter was real, it would be as worthless as a fake. I could guarantee that this question would be asked first, and it would be asked many more times in the future. Thus, I had long placed a note with the word secret written on it in Chinese. Alright, this is indeed a prank, but it should be very effective. After all, those foolish prophecy magic would definitely desperately say yes. Yes, true. Third, is there a secret to becoming the emperor of the Shiluo Empire? Is it helpful to becoming an undead lord? This was asking if this god equipment really has the political value of ruling over the Shiluo Empire. Alright, I had placed all the little secrets and hobbies of the undead lords into it. For example, the Bone Dragon Queen Grace's singing is really awful and she snores in her sleep. If you were to use these little secrets to threaten them, if they were to admit defeat, it would naturally be helpful to your political life. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't get silenced. Honestly speaking, based on my understanding of them, if they were to admit defeat, you might as well look for a human kingdom and tell the king that you want to be your boss and pass the throne to me. That way, the chances of success would be much higher. Fourth, is there any relation to Lord Yongye's powerful secret Great Power Cough? Study hard, improve every day, fight hard against monsters, work hard to level up. This is definitely the truth. This is the secret of Lord Yongye's strength. If you don't like it, then argue with me. Alright, I believe that after playing these tricks, the authenticity and importance of this Eternal Night Scepter would spread across the entire underground world on the day the auction house receives the goods, attracting the attention of all the powers, even if no one is able to use it. No, not only that, the surface world would also send people over. At the very least, those senators of the undead Shiluo Empire would all go crazy. If the undead empire and the underground city lords were to start a fight, then the second calamity of world annihilation would pass without any reason. Alright, I admit that I am being overly optimistic, but it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Then, first of all, the initial goal of causing chaos in the underground world has been achieved. Looking at this scepter, I am still a little unsatisfied. I don't think that anyone would be able to tell that it is a fake, but to the experts, sometimes, an unreasonable intuition is more reliable than knowledge and experience. It is hard to hide from their instincts. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, I said to Adam, "Since I have already completed my sentence, return the Roland sacred sword to me." Here. Without saying anything else, the fiery red Adam passes the only other color on his body, the silver-white broken sword on his waist, to me. Marguerite, who is standing by the side, is stunned. She wants to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Ayo, my phylactery, long time no see. Yes, this is where my soul resides. As long as the phylactery isn't destroyed, the Lich is immortal. The phylactery can take on any form, it can even be a book, it can be a hat. From the secret manual that I got from the lottery system, that Uncle Tom from another world once split his soul into 7 parts and made 7 phylacteries, even naming them soul artifact. Actually, what I want to say is that even though it isn't easy to die like this, but to split his soul into so many parts, isn't that fellow afraid of becoming a schizophrenic lunatic? Right, maybe, he was crazy from the very start. My phylactery, as a prisoner, is naturally with the jailer, Adam. Furthermore, he has always been carrying it with him. Of course, that fellow is quite smart. At the very least, he isn't stupid enough to use the phylactery to threaten me and force me to play other tricks. Caressing this broken sword, I feel a little emotional. Back then, the reason why I chose to use my family's heirloom as the phylactery was because of this Roland sacred sword that shares the same name as me. Also known as the Undying Sword, it was able to survive thousands of years without any damage. But now, under the torrent of fate, our country is finished and this Undying Sword is still destroyed. At this moment, with the phylactery in my hand, the grey magic around my body slowly increases. I don't feel uncomfortable from being suppressed, and I have also regained some of my strength. Initial legend rank. Then, many things will become much easier recently. Next, I swipe at the opening of the broken sword and easily pinch out some metal shards from the sturdy sword. Around the shards, there is still the undulation of a soul. After which, I scatter the shards on the eternal night scepter like how I scatter sesame seeds on a pancake. Then, I touch it lightly, and after a dazzling flash, a few gems that look like stars appear on the scepter. The gems shine with silver light, and starlight jumps between the gems, intertwining with one another. If one were to look closely, the light has its own rhythm, as though it is a living creature that is breathing. After I infuse the shards of my soul, this eternal night scepter has a soul and is alive. However, it is the exact opposite of this broken sword that controls my soul. The expert who wields this scepter will listen to the language of my soul and be influenced by me. In fact, during the long period of communication between our souls, their souls will be corroded by me and they will gradually become my slaves. Something isn't right. Haven't I stopped being the great demon king for many years? Alright, it is my personal habit, and I accidentally, looking at the scene in front of him, Adam takes in a breath of cold air. Although he doesn't know what I did, he instinctively feels that this scepter is dangerous and something isn't right. However, Marguerite glares at me fiercely. She seems to have noticed something and uses her eyes to express her dissatisfaction. However, her protest is ignored by me as usual. Alright, I accidentally got used to it. I did go a little overboard. However, it needs to be at least of this level for those underground autarchs, undead lords and wild experts to be blinded by greed and take the initiative to jump into the whirlpool. Then, I open my mouth and swallow the broken sword. The broken sword didn't sink into my bones but disappeared. I have already moved the broken sword to a safe place. At this point, I can be considered to have completed my sentence and been released. I heard that it will take more than 2 months to reach the headquarters of the Underground Alliance, Vikastandi, so we have to make preparations early. Letting and lead the team, it is time for her to take charge. You guys can't shield her for the rest of her life. Don't worry, I will follow along and continue to be the mastermind behind the scenes. I won't let her die. After saying that, I turn around and leave. Going to Vikastandi for more than 2 months. No, Master, what you said is old news. There are 3 paths now and they are much faster. I glance at the maid behind me who is eager to give it a try. Although I don't hold much hope, I will listen to you. It would indeed take close to 3 months with a regular horse carriage. However, with the advancement of technology, the new path is much faster. The first path only takes 1 second, Dwarf Dimension Ripper. Isn't that the teleportation device of that dwarf who is courting death? Forget it, I don't want to be stuck in another dimension. If you want to travel to another world and have a female emperor's harem, go ahead yourself. The second path, 3 days, Goblin Rocket Car, no, that is still 1 second. 1 second later, I will be blasted into the sky. Forget it, I have already guessed the last path, so there is no need to say any more. However, the expressionless head maid who is snickering secretly follows behind her master and continues to speak without a care in the world. 3 hours, Goblin Rocket Car, straight up and down, convenient and fast. Is there a difference in this? Oh, one has wheels and the other doesn't. Do you really want to murder me for money? I should be treating you rather well. The departure of the unreliable master and servant leaves the 2 semigods in deep thought. Anne, perhaps, what Roland said isn't wrong. It is time for her to try. At her age, we have already started to team up and go on adventures, roaming the world. I know whether and should go out or not, but are you really not afraid that the world will descend into chaos by letting Roland out? Facing the saint's doubt, the hero Adam chuckles. Don't doubt me when I say it. My instincts tell me that this world might end at any moment, and the only variable is this Lich. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Marguerite's pretty face tenses up, filled with displeasure. Then, she raises her eyebrows in disdain. You sure believe him? She wants to say something disdainful, but in front of Adam's straight gaze, she can't lie. In the end, she stomps her feet. Don't look at me like that, you gay blockhead. I believe him. Although he is a bastard, he is indeed sly. If he can't do it, then no one in this world can. Chapter 29. Hey, bro, don't you feel that everyone is looking at us strangely recently? Tim is a knight captain of the Holy Church's branch stationed in Sulphur Mountain City. Even in this underground city filled with evil residents, he still maintains the good habit of patrolling regularly, even though they aren't in charge of the city's security. It must be said that no matter how corrupt the upper echelons of the Holy Church are, those holy knight and priests who diligently follow the teachings of the Holy Light, helping the weak and getting rid of evil, are the main reason why the people of the world acknowledge the teachings of the Holy Light, and also the reason why the Holy Church's sphere of influence can reach most of the human kingdoms. On the surface, the Holy Knight is very used to such daily patrolling, helping the citizens, and if they meet with villains, they will pull out their swords to get rid of them. Of course, it is all free. However, in this unique city, Tim and his colleagues' daily patrolling caused quite a bit of trouble at the start, so they weren't welcomed. But even though the results weren't good, Tim himself felt rather proud of himself. After all, if his recent experiences were to be made known to others, it would definitely become an epic story in the tavern. For example, they ambushed a dark elf swindler who was scamming an old lady. Actually, the town security was sending the old lady home, attacked the undead's strange sacrificial ceremony, the famous skeleton dance troupe's performance, destroyed the evil Licker's gigantic bone spirit tower, the theme park Ferris wheel, which I spent a lot of effort to build. Of course, after the incident, I sent a hefty fine to old Bill. I heard that this bunch of idiots are still cleaning the toilets of the troupe every day as punishment. They even saved an innocent girl who was being turned into a stone statue by a Medusa. That pitiful Medusa sculptor was so frightened that he repeatedly emphasized in his report that he was kidnapped by a bunch of lunatics who shouted about the holy light and forced him to turn a stone statue into a human. For example, they challenged and chased away an ancient red dragon that was attacking the children. Holy light shone again. He actually intended to swallow the children alive. That day, Little Red was just habitually overflowing with motherly instincts. She was playing a game of brave ones against evil dragons with the children in the park, but there were a bunch of older children who didn't know better and wanted to join in. Fortunately, Little Red was in a good mood that day, so old Bill was able to dig out the tin cans with only their heads exposed from the sand in the park instead of directly holding a funeral ceremony. Of course, they also paid the price. After all, the parents who were angry because their children were frightened were not easy to deal with, especially when their heads were stuck outside the battlefield. After experiencing the attack like a raging wave, it took them many days to wash off the rotten egg and tomato smell on their heads. When they finally realized that they were not in a human country on the surface, and realized that the environment they were in was extremely special, and that their actions were not to eliminate evil but to create panic and chaos, well, most importantly, in the face of the hefty fines and detention notices, they finally learned to be more obedient. At the very least, they knew that this city had laws that belonged to the Order faction. They knew that this city didn't need them to fight against evil. At the very least, they wouldn't shout holy light, that evil is worth fighting at the sight of a chaos race and launch a pointless charge. Yep, Tim had already remembered it. In this city, this wasn't called fighting against evil, but intentionally injuring others, which was punishable by imprisonment. The most ridiculous thing was that this city actually forbade the duel that the nobles worshipped, which was filled with the spirit of a knight. They called it intentional murder, which was a felony punishable by a heavy sentence. Of course, there were idiots and fanatics who didn't learn to be obedient everywhere. At this moment, under the protests of Sulphur Mountain City, they were chased back to the surface with an order. Tim could be considered one of them. After making a few mistakes, he had at least developed the habit of observing carefully before making a move. He also gradually got used to the daily routine of being minions of chaos roaming the streets. In fact, when he found out that the Dark Elf Town Security Night Order also believed in the Holy Light, he even had the intention of courting a wife of another race. After all, the teachings of the Holy Light didn't stipulate that your wife must be a human. Even the few beautiful female priests of the church had at least a few hundred flies flying around them. He knew that he didn't have much hope. But very quickly, he gave up. He thought that even though the female dark elves believed in the Holy Light, they still retained a certain traditional dark elf viewpoint. For example, The Dark Elves were a typical female society. In their traditional family, the word husband probably had the same meaning as slave. However, the strangest thing was that after knowing about this, a few of his colleagues who usually didn't care about ordinary women and focused on their careers tried even harder to woo the female elves. Especially the female elf Momo, who liked to use a whip. She was the most popular. Alright, Tim, who had vaguely guessed something, also took the initiative to distance himself from his colleagues who were getting weirder and weirder. But after the chaos, he felt that the situation had changed once again. In the past, the citizens would look at him with wariness, but they could still forcefully maintain a friendly attitude. But recently, the wariness in their eyes had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with sympathy and that weird way of addressing him. Remaining Knight. It's fine if that beastman auntie who obviously doesn't know how to pronounce a few words wrongly, but why is it that even the owner of the florist shop and the waiter of the restaurant are called wrongly? Recently, I keep getting discounts and benefits for my meals. When I walk in the alleys, there is always someone shouting "Don't give up, tomorrow will be better" behind me. TMPH, it's just a few times of being called Remaining Knight. What's the big deal? We are originally the Remaining Knight. What's wrong with this way of addressing us? Lucas was from the same batch as Tim. In the past, he was a warm-hearted person, always helping others to fix water pipes and deliver water. He had the nickname of Goodman Lucas, but since the day before yesterday, he had been putting ice cubes in the dormitory with a cool face. It was really weird. Tim pulled him out to patrol because he guessed that he had encountered something troubling and wanted to help him relax. But on the way, no matter what he said, he remained silent, staring blankly at the withered purple lily. Now that he had spoken, it was a good thing. Lucas, what exactly did you encounter? These 2 days have been so weird, everyone is worried about you. The concern of his comrades warmed Lucas' frozen heart. After a moment of silence, he looked up to the sky and sighed, telling them what he had encountered the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, there was a girl who wanted to marry me. Whoa. That's not a good thing. Then why are you still so unhappy? But very quickly, the tragic experiences of his comrades flashed past his mind, and many tragic possibilities were at the tip of his tongue. But looking at the hesitant Tim, Lucas could guess what the other party was thinking and shook his head. The other party wasn't a demon or a fallen angel who wanted to lead me to fall. My ranking in the team was neither high nor low, so it wasn't enough for me to receive such a high treatment. Then, I wasn't as unlucky as Finkel and Wen Lan. The one I met wasn't a 40-year-old beastman auntie, nor was it a cute boy. She was very cute. She had an oval face, an innocent and cute smile, and white jade-like skin. She was always bouncing when she walked. She gave off a feeling of vitality and was very cute. Then why you? Since the conditions were so good, why was Lucas still so sad? Tim was a little confused. Speaking to this point, Lucas's face was filled with a nostalgic smile as he said softly, "She took this flower and passed it to me, saying, 'Brother Knight, don't be sad, Xiaoxin will be your wife.'" That smile was as warm as the sun, that sweet voice was as tempting as honey, but, in an instant, the sunny weather turned to rain, and Lucas's face was filled with tears. "She's only 9 years old, 9 years old. She's so young, it's not like I'm a beast." Seeming to have discovered the problem, Tim patted Lucas sympathetically. Just as he was about to say something, a smile appeared on Lucas's face. "However, she said that she will marry me when she grows up. Haha, she also said that when she grows up, even if I'm the remaining knight mentioned in the flyer, I should have saved enough money to buy a house and a mount." In an instant, Tim didn't know what to say. After a while, he squeezed out a sentence from the gaps of his teeth. Then congratulations. Woo-woo. But seeing that Lucas still had a trace of pride, he only knew how to lower his head and cry bitterly while hugging the withered purple lily. "Lucas, don't cry. So what if you have to wait for 10 years? Look at me, I'm almost 35 years old, but I'm still an old stick. Even after 10 years, you'll only be 37, right? You're much better than the brothers in the team." Woo-woo, no, not 10 years. Even if it's a few more years, it's fine. We, the remaining knight, can afford to wait. At this point, Tim also knew what the remaining night meant and what was with the strange gazes and sympathy he received recently. But hearing his consolation, Lucas only became even sadder and cried loudly. I can't afford to wait. Woo woo woo. Not 10 years, it's 200 years. She's an elf, she still needs 200 years to reach adulthood. That is to say, she thinks that I need 200 years to buy a house. 200 years, by the time she reaches adulthood, I'll already be ashes. Hearing this, other than hugging this brother of his who had a rare chance with the ladies but was hurt even more, what else could Tim do? Why don't we try Nanxiang as well? Based on what I know, quite a few cities' public security officers have private housing. Nanxiang's recruitment went unbelievably smoothly. Within 3 days, they managed to poach a third of the church's members in Sulphur Mountain City, and more people continued to apply. Chrome City's judicial system was also in the midst of construction. 2 months later, when the first batch of Nanxiang's short-term training graduates graduate, Chrome City's new administrative and judicial system would be put to use. Then, very quickly, the remnant page of the codex that was sent to Chrome City would be put to use, collecting the city's faith in law and justice, bestowing the judicial personnel with the power of law, providing them with military support to enforce the law. When all of this enters a virtuous cycle, the recovery of the God Equipment Codex will be even faster. After this city is assimilated into the system of law, the citizens will acknowledge and believe in law, and the power of law in the entire world will gradually grow stronger, bestowing even greater power. Perhaps, the first holy light was also spread in this manner. When the faith in law spreads, perhaps, the people's view of other races won't be limited to the chaos or order represented by their race. At the very least, this second view would be the start of reconciliation. Since it is impossible to completely wipe out a faction, then, let's try to sow the seeds of reconciliation and communication. Now, in Sulphur Mountain City, even the Holy Knight has learned to judge based on the other party's crimes and not their race. At the very least, there is a possibility of success. However, at this moment, I am unable to look so far ahead. I am only vexed by the daily quests in front of me. Currently, I have accumulated 49888 evil points and the day of revival isn't too far away. However, the few daily quests that have been refreshed recently, such as kill 100 humans, destroy a few beastman families, leave none alive, etc. They aren't easy to warp and instead, a few evil points were deducted. If this continues, how can I revive? Daily quest, create a huge nude streak. The more people participate, the more spectators, and the more screams and exclamations it causes, the higher the reward. I fell into deep thought. Due to the fact that the recent daily quests were too cruel, they were abandoned. Thus, this mischievous quest became a timely rein for me. Lord, perhaps, we need the help of others. After knowing my quest, Eliza said. I nodded my head, then, I released my bat messenger. Old cow, I heard that you have been doing well recently. I, Lick Roland, have a matter that I need your help with. I heard that your relationship with the Wild Druil Alliance isn't bad, it's like this. Chapter 30. Blow up the bathhouse. Steal the clothes in the store's changing room or wardrobe. Or summon a corrosive acid rain. Pour stinky water on the passers-by. I won't do any of the above. Not only are they illegal actions, they also go against my principle of not involving innocent people. I'm just trying my best. I have a better idea. Completely legal. After all, there are quite a number of perverts in this city and there is no need for me to break the law myself. Liu Huang Mountain Branch Alliance of Untamed Druil, also known as the Wild Bull Alliance, is a moderate Druil organization. Just relatively moderate. In many places, Druil is equated with a terrorist organization and huge trouble. Why? In the eyes of others, isn't Druil friendly? Children of the jungle, living in harmony with nature, having no desires and being self-sufficient. However, I must say that those who can say such words probably haven't really interacted with Druil. As everyone knows, Druil advocates balance and nature. Simply put, natural is good and man-made is bad. The fundamentalist Druil hate all man-made products. They even view iron as the enemy of nature, needless to say, engineering and the products of modern industry. They even view the city as a cage made of metal and bricks. In their ideal world, it is best for civilization to end here and everyone return to their primitive society. In the world that I came from, such an organization existed too. They used methods like attacking hunters and blowing up factories to protect nature. In reality, they are no different from a terrorist organization. Druil, who is able to interact peacefully with other life forms, can probably be considered a moderate faction. As for the Wild Bull Alliance, they are the moderate faction of the moderate faction. Otherwise, Liu Huang Mountain City wouldn't have allowed them to enter. Alright, even in the Aishi continent, people still hope for better days and not to return to their primitive society. This kind of group and creed, no matter how you look at it, isn't suitable to live in a normal society. There is no lack of normal people in Druil. There are always people who want to eat delicacies cooked with heart and not eat bloody ones. Thus, they constantly split and regroup internally. For example, we are only against excessive logging, of course, we are also against mining, but we are only protesting verbally and will not stop attacks. We are only against hunting whales, we are also against hunting dolphins and sea lion. We won't protect the crabs, and we'll have a meeting next Tuesday to discuss whether or not to oppose the seahorses. Such a moderate organization was actually using a few objections to maintain their identity and doctrines of Druil. In reality, they were no different from ordinary people. As the moderate faction of the moderate faction, the Wild Bull Alliance only objected to a single artifact. They could be said to be the model for Druil and human society to coexist harmoniously. However, it was a pity that the artifact that opposed them was too special, causing their sect to be unable to expand their numbers and develop. After all, not everyone had the courage to take off that artifact. Alright, speaking of which, everyone should have guessed which artifact they were against. Yes, they objected to the clothes. Yes, their doctrine is that the human body is the most perfect creation of nature and clothes are a sin. We, Druil, are the incarnation of nature, so we should be naked and display our perfect, wild body to the world. The original name of the Sulphur Mountain branch Wild Druil Wild Body is Natural Beauty and the Clothed Druil is the Alliance of Evil and Heretics. How could I allow such a gentlemanly name to be registered in Sulphur Mountain City? Thus, after a few rounds of modifications, it became the barely acceptable Wild Bull Alliance. Even so, they are still a perverted organization that everyone hates and their reputation is even worse than the Gentleman Alliance that I am in. After all, not everyone can accept a bunch of men walking their birds while they are busy. Cough cough, just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. As expected, I should have chased them out a long time ago. However, in consideration of the fact that there are many races living together, I didn't set up the crime of immoral in this city from the start. After all, there are too many differences between the living habits of the different races and it is easy to cause misunderstandings. For example, the Taurans have the habit of drinking breast milk. In the eyes of other races, that is too perverted. Furthermore, according to the law, perverts only have problems with their morals and brains. Using the law against them is too much. Thus, there is no reason to reject their entry. Of course, I quickly regretted it. After successfully entering the city, they are constantly trying to spread their teachings to the citizens to expand their influence, causing headaches for the law enforcers and judicial authorities. To put it bluntly, they are always secretly organizing groups to run around naked, wasting the manpower of my subordinates. Normal law enforcers really don't have any good ways to deal with these fellows who are completely naked. Should we start a fight? The other party didn't break the law, but if we were to use words, it would be a good opportunity for them to spread their teachings. Ha, this is the original beauty. Mother Nature was naked when she created things. What is there for us to be embarrassed about? All kinds of fallacies and heresy have formed their own system. Most importantly, their strength isn't weak. Their leader is a legend rank great Druil, making them extremely troublesome and difficult to deal with. Fortunately, after the Dark Elf town security arrived, this ferocious arrogance was severely dealt a blow. Such a small caterpillar, wandering around outside. You haven't even shaved your fur yet. You are really brave. Whoa, that fellow has such an ugly birthmark on his butt. His left and right feet are also high and low on one side. He was born with a deformity and yet he still runs around naked. Ah, he is actually a bag. Really, too brave, too shameless, despicable underground bug, stay away from me, I'm so stinky. How long has it been since you last bathed? Barbarian. Don't cry, Momo sympathizes with you. Hihi, although it is indeed a little small, not even half the size of Momo's whip. Cough. It isn't too small. Hihi, please work hard to survive. Maybe someone will like it. There will definitely be someone. Ha ha ha, Momo can't hold it in anymore. For a man, being looked down on is indeed very uncomfortable. If the one being looked down on is a beautiful woman, then it would be even more painful. Under the comments of a group of valiant dark elf ladies who came from the matriarchal families, the Wild Bull Alliance that suffered a heavy blow almost disbanded. The powerful legend rank Druil Eaglestorm almost drowned himself in the river. From then on, the Dark Elf town security became the natural enemy of the Wild Bull Alliance. Every time they organize an activity, they would carefully avoid the areas where the town security might appear. But now, I have written an extremely long and boring speech script and handed it to Eliza to wear my robe to speak on my behalf, requesting that all the enforcers, including the town security, learn from it. That script. It is so boring that even I would fall asleep looking at it. Furthermore, it takes at least 3 hours to read. The most shameless thing is that I even requested them to take notes. After the event, they have to hand in the notes to check on their learning progress. If they don't listen carefully, I will deduct their wages. Alright, just thinking about it is a form of torture. I finally managed to vent out my frustrations from the heavy paperwork. I am too bad, oh yeah. Hihi, now, I just need to get old Bull Shuity to help me pass the news that the town security is very busy to the Wild Bull Alliance. Naturally, they will start their activity without any hesitation. By the time the town security comes out of the auditorium in a daze, the Wild Bull Alliance's activity should have already ended. However, due to my displeasure with the Wild Bull Alliance, the timing of the notification is slightly different from the actual time. It is roughly an hour late. By the time they are about to leave, they would be caught red-handed. Then, they would be dealt a heavy blow by the town security, causing them to suffer a heavy blow both physically and mentally. They would be quiet for a month or two. Speaking of which, is it easy to do daily tasks? You still have to resort to plotting. However, now, it is time to reap the rewards. Let's just wait for a good show. Pu. Sitting in a coffee shop that has a view of the entire square, I ignore the men who just rushed over to take a walk. Looking at the unlucky fellows who spat out the coffee in their mouths one by one, I admire the farce in front of me from the corner of my eyes while flipping open the newspaper on the table. The Black Brotherhood is determined to support the second generation with Lord and Lade as the core. Looks like the leader of the Thief Guild this generation is rather smart. Then, I won't touch them for now. Pu. Alright, I was happy too early. Eliza, who was sitting opposite me, spat out a mouthful of coffee on me, drenching my face. Eliza, you did it on purpose. I'm sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose, Master. The half-demon maid hurriedly takes out a napkin to wipe it for me. But, that's not right. Eliza, why are you here? Didn't I ask you to give a speech in my place? Back then, I did intend to give a speech in your place. However, when the speech proposal reached the Hall of Law for approval, Big Sister Lilith said that since this is an internal lecture of the Hall of Law Enforcement, it would be too much for the Supreme Judge to appear personally. Thus, it is enough for the head of the Hall of Law Enforcement to be in charge. Oh. Hearing that, I calmed down. As long as I can control the town security, it is fine to hand it over to Shueti. But suddenly, I noticed that Eliza seems to be hesitating. What's wrong? Embarrassed? Hihi, no matter how sharp your mouth is usually, you are still a woman. You are frightened by a bunch of naked men? Don't worry, I know that you didn't do it on purpose. If you are embarrassed, you can go back first. Watch my daily harvest today. I smile gleefully. Elise, who is sitting opposite me, suddenly shakes her head. Her face is filled with sympathy. Lord, please look behind you for the reason why I lost my composure. Behind? Turning my head around, as expected, there is a group of dancing demons. The hook-nosed eagle Storm and Shuety hold hands, dancing and singing at the same time, surrounding two holy knight who are hugging each other and shivering. To be surrounded by a group of naked men dancing, even if it is a holy knight, this is probably the first time in his life. In fact, there are already people stripping them of their clothes, intending to make them join the parade. That Tim and Lucas. How pitiful, to actually meet this group of perverts. I hope it doesn't leave any psychological trauma. The remaining knight is already unlucky enough. Of course, I remember these two idiotic holy knight. I haven't settled the old score of destroying my Ferris wheel. However, since they are already so unlucky today, and I am in a good mood, I will consider it their luck. I won't find a chance to take revenge on them. Let's just write off the old score. Wait, this isn't right. Why is Shuety that brat here? My question only receives a sympathetic gaze. Eliza coughs lightly and imitates a familiar voice. Lord Silver Rose, please don't mention that Lord Wumianzi took over his shift in the future, even if you imitate him very well. If someone were to find out about it, it will affect the reputation of our judiciary. Oh right, please inform Lord that as we can't find the head of the Hall of Law Enforcement, Lord Steelguard, the speech will be postponed to 2:30 in the afternoon tomorrow. If he is interested, please let him attend. Eliza imitates Lilith's serious tone perfectly, but I don't have the leisure to enjoy the folk arts festival. That is to say, the speech has been postponed. The town security are working as per normal, they might appear at any moment. Bastard. It is you perverts again. Holy light, no, law, grant me power. Incantation of law, judgment spell. Behind me is a mess. The sudden appearance of the town security shocked the Wild Bull Alliance and Shuety. In an instant, they thought that they fell into a trap. Bastard Roland, you scam your brother again. I, the old bull, will never forgive you. The roaring old bull doesn't know what is going on at all. He thinks that a Lich is trying to scam him, not knowing that he is the one who messed things up. Instead, he raises his head and roars, as though he has suffered a huge grievance. Damn it, this place isn't safe anymore. I throw down 2 gold coins as newspaper fee and turn around, intending to leave. However, at the entrance of the coffee shop, 2 female elves are smiling at me. Hey, the mastermind. As expected, it is you again. One of them is the captain of the town security, Diana. The other one is the vice captain, Yoren. At this moment, the heavy Dragonslayer blade is placed by her feet. Her natural immunity to mental magic is the main reason why I chose to hand over this magic blade that would cause the user to go berserk to the town security. However, at this moment, I don't feel gratified that the magic blade has found a suitable owner so quickly. Instead, my stomach is filled with the frustration of shooting myself in the foot once again. Looking back, as expected, Eliza has already disappeared without a trace. That half-demon talent of running through the dimensional door is really top-notch. The cold-blooded demon abandons his comrades decisively. At this moment, the space around me, which is half a beat slower, has already been cast with dimensional anchors. It is impossible for me to use space magic to escape. Thus, I let out a long laugh before raising both of my hands. Hugging my head, I squat down. Don't hit my face. I still need to go on a blind date to get a wife. Just as I was enjoying the warm reception of the town security beauties, Eliza's familiar voice rings in my ears. Master, didn't I say yesterday that I need help for this mission? Stop talking, hurry up and save me. Actually, I am not talking about those Druil. You can totally look for those fellows from the undead district. Zombies, skeleton soldiers, Evilders, bone dragons, they are all naked to begin with. You can totally bring them to parade through the streets till dawn. That way, the mission will definitely be a huge success. It is as though I can already see the smirking smugly in front of me, pretending to be confused and innocent. Eliza, you tricked me again. Chapter 31. A meter-tall mountain of documents filled up 3 office desks. The room was stuffy and unbearably hot. The little lass and her 2 assistants were busy going back and forth between the desks. The overly tall mountain of documents caused the room to only be able to hear shouts, footsteps, and the sound of pen and paper colliding. I couldn't see anyone. This was the first impression I had when I walked into the City Lord's office. By the side of the wall, bamboo swords, bamboo dragonflies, gamoku, and other small toys were scattered all over the floor, covered with a thick layer of dust. Looks like that brat Adam hasn't returned to this room for a long time. To be honest, to be able to turn the City Lord's office into a recreation room, he is definitely one of a kind among the underground City Lords. And is a full one. 7M and is considered tall among human females. But at this moment, she looks like a midget student stuck in front of a desk. Looking from the horizontal, I can only see books and documents, not a single person. The little lass has heavy dark circles under her eyes. She was busy fighting with the sea of documents, so she didn't even notice my entrance. Walking over, I signaled to stop the assistant who was about to call Anne. Casually, I picked a few documents and looked through them. The repair plan for the municipal facilities that were damaged during the riots in the 7th to 9th Street, the 3 suggestions for the drainage system to be completed before the rainy season, the living quarters of the 4 new tribes in the city. Lord Wumianzi, this is Lord Marguerite's intention. All the documents that are B grade and above in the administrative office have to be looked through by Miss Anne and sign her opinion. Then, Lord Marguerite will sign her opinion and finally, it will be returned to Miss Anne for a final decision. That is to say, before every document is completed, and has to deal with it once. Then, Marguerite will add her opinion to it and finally let Anne make the final decision. She has to go back and forth at least twice. This is practically a hands-on teaching. I sighed silently. Looks like Marguerite really intends to wash her hands of the matter. That's why she used such a cramming method of teaching to allow and to quickly grow to the point where she can deal with administrative matters independently. Your administrative office, is this how you deal with administrative matters? All the documents are personally looked through and signed by Marguerite. Handle all the government affairs by yourself. After receiving a matter-of-fact reply from the other party, I looked at this inconceivable mountain of documents and couldn't help but click my tongue. The population of Sulphur Mountain City was close to 3 million. Just thinking about it, it was obvious that this was an astronomical number of government affairs. Going through them one by one, I finally understood why Marguerite had always been living in seclusion. Fortunately, Marguerite was an undying who basically didn't need to hibernate, but isn't this type of administrative method a bit too primitive? It's just like the rulers of ancient times, relying solely on their wisdom and knowledge to make decisions. Perhaps the eternally rational undying beings who don't sleep or rest might be able to do this, but humans, there were so many documents, and it might only take 1 or 2 days. If they were all handed over to the City Lord to handle in the future, she was afraid that she would not have any free time. My mission is to groom a qualified lord, not a lunatic who is crushed by political affairs. Thus, I lightly cough and inform the trainee City Lord of my arrival. And, do you know what the essence of administration is? What is the essence of administration? Let everyone live and work in peace and contentment. Turning the so-called utopia into reality. Let all races coexist peacefully. No, it's not that complicated. Administration can only be carried out within the established framework. Ideals and what not, it's impossible to achieve just by administrative means. However, administration isn't that simple either. The lack of an administrative department in a city would directly paralyze the entire city. An overly slow administrative efficiency would cause the citizens to be extremely dissatisfied. It is indeed an indispensable existence in any city. As the City Lord, I will work hard to let everyone live a good life. Little brain, don't think so much. I'm just asking you what the essence of administration is. Forget it, I'll tell you directly. It just so happens that you also need to rest. I pulled the little lass to the side and gestured for my assistant to bring a cup of tea. The little lass's face was a little dispirited and her fiery red hair had lost some of its luster. She seemed to be lacking in energy and her gaze towards me was a little evasive, as though she was worried that I would scold her. Shaking my head, I could already guess what happened. Marguerite is an impatient and perfectionist. She always assigns tasks to her subordinates based on her own abilities. If I can do it, Why can't you? Don't talk to me about reasons, assumptions, and whatnot are all meaningless. These are all her catchphrases. But in reality, she is known as the saint of the mobile library and an immortal who is always full of energy. How can an ordinary person keep up with her pace? To be able to be accepted as a disciple by Adam, Anne's talent in martial arts and physical attributes are outstanding. However, in terms of intelligence, for a pure warrior, intelligence is the most useless attribute. That lad Adam only has 9 points of intelligence. Intelligence is the main attribute of a mage. It is related to comprehension and thinking speed. An ordinary person would only have 10 points of intelligence. It is very difficult to raise the basic attributes in this book, but isn't he still living happily? In my system, Anne's intelligence is 11 points, which is already much higher than her foolish foster father. However, if Marguerite's 26 points of intelligence were to be used as the standard for teaching tasks, not to mention 26 points, even half a point, 13 points of intelligence is enough to force her to death. Somehow, I seem to understand why the executive Yuan eventually became her one-man organization. Perhaps, it is because she couldn't stand those low intelligence and slow subordinates, so she did all the work herself. In the end, she got used to it and decided not to let others interfere. If this kind of person was thrown in the ancient times, they would be the so-called virtuous kings. However, if they were to die, the successor would suffer greatly. After all, you can't expect the son or grandson of a virtuous king to be a virtuous king who doesn't sleep or rest and possesses astonishing wisdom. Ayo, as expected of an immortal. She actually didn't die from exhaustion. And, Marguerite must have reprimanded you. Don't worry about it. Her teaching methods are too unreliable. Back then, Eliza and Cale were almost killed by her. Furthermore, they are also mags. Hearing this, the young girl starts to whimper. Instead, she forcefully shakes her head. Big sister Marguerite didn't reprimand me. She is just disappointed. And is useless, and is so useless. And doesn't have the confidence to be a good city lord anymore. The young girl's tears drip down. It seems that Marguerite's ice-cold gaze after her disappointment and the way she shakes her head and silently leaves had deeply hurt her. This kind of silent abandonment, this kind of disappointment that comes from the bottom of her heart, makes the other party feel worse than any sharp sarcasm. It makes the other party doubt her own abilities and intelligence. Why do I know it so clearly? In the past, when her learning progress wasn't ideal, didn't Eliza get so depressed because of this? She even secretly used me to vent her anger. Although, I was indeed the one who first used this move to hurt Marguerite. Page. It is her fault for being so terrible at chess. Her thinking is so rigid and she is so arrogant. Alright, the one who started the trouble should end it. I finally understand why Marguerite insisted that I come to see Anne today. She must have subconsciously used this move to make Anne cry, but she doesn't know how to end it. Don't cry. Come, let Uncle Bones teach you. Actually, Marguerite's method is wrong. It is normal that you can't learn it. If you do, then it will be troublesome. And widens her eyes, filled with confusion. Administration, it isn't that mysterious. Its essence is to solve problems. Yes, administration is just a method to solve problems. Yes, administration is just the act of solving problems. The Internal Affairs Bureau is an organization that specializes in solving problems. This task doesn't fall within the scope of our duties. Please pass it to the higher authorities to handle. Brother, this is a big problem. We can't handle it. You should talk to our boss. This plan should be carried out, but the cost involved is too high. It is impossible to accomplish with the current conditions. Temporarily put it off. Brother, I'm sorry. What you said is very good. We also want to do it. However, the National Treasury is out of money. Let's leave it for now. We can understand your difficulties. However, this task involves personal privacy. It isn't appropriate for our department to interfere. Please decide on your own. Idiot, don't waste our manpower. It is such a small matter, settle it yourself. What's the point of making it so complicated and sacred? The goal of administration is to solve the problems and troubles that will inevitably appear in life and development, allowing the majority of people to live a stable and normal life. The book that I wrote, The Art of Language, a hands-on guide to how to deal with complaints and resolve conflicts, also known as Official Slang Manual, has received great acclaim. It has indeed greatly improved the administrative ability of our judicial department. The citizens who came to visit even exclaimed, "Although I don't understand it, it sounds impressive." My opinion seems to be respected. However, the aftermath is that many people look at me strangely. There are even some who listen to me while flipping through the manual that I wrote. Actually, you all underestimated that idiot Adam with only 9 in intelligence. In my eyes, he is an extremely outstanding city lord. Hearing that, Anne raises her head in astonishment. Her face is filled with disbelief. These few days, she has heard countless complaints about her adoptive father. But everyone says that it is because of big sister Marguerite's help that he can be a good city lord. If he can take on more responsibilities, everyone will be more relaxed and their lives will be more, then Sulphur Mountain City won't be far from the end. Yes, he relies on Marguerite to settle most of the administrative matters. But even if Marguerite isn't around, he can still grab someone else to settle it, even though the efficiency might be lower. His greatest strength is that he knows how to use people well. Then, he trusts the other party and leaves everything to them. He definitely won't cause any trouble. You are the city lord, not the head of the internal affairs department. What you need is to find someone who can solve the problem and then throw all the trouble to him, not to shoulder it yourself. And still wants to say something, but she is interrupted by me. Look, he passed the judiciary to me, the internal affairs department to Marguerite, and threw the troublesome problems of the people to the parliament. No matter what, at least this city is the fastest developing city in the entire underground world and the victor doesn't need to be criticized. Furthermore, the city lord has the responsibility of a city lord and it is much more important than these boring administrative matters. The responsibility of a city lord. Yes. Why do you think the citizens still respect Adam even though he has nothing to do every day? It is because he fulfills his most important responsibility as the city lord. The responsibility of a city lord. Thinking about this term, thinking about her adoptive father's usual actions, suddenly, sparks appear in her eyes and the young lady glows with a new light. Protect everyone? So that everyone can live peacefully in this chaotic underground world. I nod my head and smile. Yes, it's the responsibility of the city lord to protect everyone, to guide everyone in the direction of the future, and to let everyone have good expectations for the future. As for those trivial matters, find a few smart fellows and throw them at them. If they mess up, remove them from their positions and replace them. There will definitely be a suitable one. In this chaotic underground world, strength is a must. In this aspect, you should be very talented. Sulphur Mountain City, no, I am afraid that you are the youngest quasi-legend in the entire underground world. Hearing my words, as though she has finally found her strength, and nods her head vigorously. In my eyes, she looks like a satisfied and adorable puppy who has finally found her strength. Adoptive father said that I am just a step away from legend. As long as I accept the final inheritance, the heart of the phoenix, I will be able to enter intermediate legend and then enter saint rank within 30 years. Good girl. This speed is really ridiculous. Even I am shocked by this frightening speed. The average age of a normal legend is over 100 years old and isn't even 20 yet. When I first popularized saint rank, I was already over 100 years old. But, to be able to smile so cheerfully, she probably doesn't know what the heart of the phoenix is. I shake my head. This is their family matter and I am not in the position to comment on it. Even if something needs to be said, it shouldn't be me. Right now, my goal is to complete the main mission and groom and into an outstanding city lord. 2 days later, you will follow me to the Underground Alliance. On the way, I will teach you another part of the responsibility of a city lord, how to use the carrot and stick in diplomacy to obtain more benefits for your side. But, since it is an underground city, I am afraid that I can only teach you how to use the hard way. Anyway, this time, you are going to demonstrate your strength. Along the way, there will be many chances for you to make a move. Strive to enter legend in battle. This time, Little Red will come along as well. I will also bring along the most troublemakers in this city, the Bayar brothers, Eaglestorm and the few clowns under me. You will be in charge of demonstrating your strength on the surface and leave the rest to me. Let's turn the Underground Alliance upside down and play it big. Adam's soul imprint is the indestructible phoenix, which is best for prolonged battles. As long as you can't destroy him in one go, he will absorb the damage and become stronger. Finally, he will explode in one go. Even though it is the same inheritance, I feel that you might not be suitable for his style. I feel that you should be suitable for an all-out suppression battle style. This requires real combat experience, so you should try your best to find a fight at the Underground Alliance. Indeed, she still has the temperament of a little girl. Facing the government affairs that she hates, she can only force herself to do it with a sullen face. But when she talks about what she likes, she immediately jumps around excitedly. Government affairs? That's simple, isn't it? Just solving the problem? Find a few merchants who know how to manage finances and let them manage the accounts. UN, let's just treat it as a newly established department in the Internal Affairs Department. Let's call it the Finance Department. Look for stonemasons and construction merchants for the construction of the city. However, you have to strip them of their own benefits first. Right, let's call it the Construction Department. Don't learn from Marguerite, it's too tiring. You just have to set up the framework and choose the suitable ones. If you can't do it well, just change the people. In order to protect this city in the future, you have to put most of your effort into cultivation. Hihi, I really want to hear about the legendary deeds of the new generation of Red Lotus heroes. Don't be anxious, you are much stronger than that idiot. The Adam back then was much more useless than you. He was so foolish. The first time he was dealing with someone else's family affairs, he actually, slowly, and, whose emotions kept changing and who hadn't slept for 2 nights, felt extremely tired. As she listened, she actually leaned on me and fell asleep. Looking at the young lady who had fallen into a deep sleep, I couldn't help but think of the past. Humans are really mysterious life forms. Yesterday, you were still a naughty child with a runny nose. Today, in the blink of an eye, you are already an adult. Back then, when Adam brought Anne back, she was only a little child. Now, not to mention that she is about to become an adult, she even intends to take on the heavy responsibility left behind by her elders. Looking at the dark circles under Anne's eyes, I couldn't help but feel a little resentment towards Marguerite. Really, she is so lenient towards that idiot Adam but so strict towards Anne. Adam too, the heart of a phoenix, such a heavy burden. Are you sure that she can accept it after knowing the truth? Uncle Bones, Big Sister Marguerite, Father. Suddenly, the sleeping young lady cried out our names. Don't go. Don't leave Anne behind. And will be obedient. Her sobbing voice made my hand, which I had stretched out to wipe away her tears, pause. I never said that I was going to leave, and Margaret and Adam wouldn't spread the news of the City Lord's death either. But it seemed that we had all underestimated this seemingly carefree girl who didn't care about trifles. After a while, I continued. I used my sleeves to wipe away her tears and caressed her hair. Even I couldn't hear the apologetic murmur clearly. I'm sorry, little Anne, adults are all selfish. We are all a bunch of selfish bastards. But what I didn't know was that there were 2 other people in the City Lord's residence who said the same thing as me. I knew it. Letting Roland come would solve the problem. Don't blame yourself, Marguerite. Little Anne is actually much stronger than you and I thought. Don't cry, Marguerite. This isn't like you. If you can't bear to, you can still stay. Yes, the young lady who was sobbing silently at the corner of the wall was the one who accidentally hurt Anne and asked for my help. Then, due to her worry, she went against her principles to eavesdrop on us, the always calm Saint Marguerite. Hearing the sarcastic words of this heartless man, Marguerite, whose eyes were still brimming with tears, was instantly filled with anger. You can still choose not to die. Isn't everything resolved then? You selfish bastard. If looks could kill, Adam's heart would have been pierced by thousands of arrows. Yeah, who asked us to be selfish adults? It's just that we have let little Anne down, and... Hee, don't worry too early. You are laughing? You are. Don't worry, I'm Annie's father after all. How could I not know what she wants and needs the most? Hee, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. In the end, it'll definitely be a happy ending, a big one. I will believe you one more time, the last time, you selfish bastard. This was the angry roar of the saint who was grinding her teeth. Chapter 32. By the time I left the city lord's manor, it was already rather late. However, I really didn't want to return to the jail cell. Jail cell? Yes, the Lich Roland was still being detained by the jail cell for causing that huge commotion. All he did was sneak out. Although planning a large-scale streaking didn't break any laws and couldn't be considered a crime, locking him up for 3 to 5 days to reflect on his actions so that he wouldn't commit the crime again was something that had to be done. Right now, I summoned a skeleton and put my usual accessories and clothes on him. Then, I left a bit of magic on him and pretended to be a Lich who was taking a nap while I slipped out. If it was any other day, in order to not be discovered, I would have to quickly slip back. After all, the Dark Elves were very sensitive to magic. If I wasn't careful while patrolling, I might be exposed. But now, they didn't have the time to bother with the obedient Lich in the corner. The reason? That's because they were busy, super busy. Then, I would have to start from the sin I committed, the month of engineering ban. From the perspective of cleansing the atmosphere of Sulphur Mountain City, this ban was perfect. After those darned gnomes and gnomes were thrown into the jail cell, the crime rate of the entire Sulphur Mountain City, as well as the reporting rate, instantly dropped by 3%. Furthermore, there wasn't a single explosion that night. But when the town security knight delightedly had a good night's sleep, they realized that this was the start of a nightmare. What is more difficult to deal with than a single problem is when several problems pile up together. When the many master engineers united in the jail cell, when the banner of the first Sulphur Mountain City Engineering Exchange Conference was raised, even the knowledgeable me and my companions were stunned. The gnome master engineers exchanged their experiences of exploding and being exploded. The gnomes exchanged their new ideas and new methods. Alright, mainly, they exchanged their methods of courting death. In fact, when their bodies were searched clean, in their extreme boredom, the gnomes even started arguing about the product of the fusion of 2 types of engineering. Initially, I was quite interested in fanning the flames by the side. We can create a gnome lumberjack the size of a mountain. With a chainsaw, it can chop down the ancient war tree of the High Elves. Impossible? Will it be overweight? Child, why are you so unimaginative? Did you forget that there is more than one master engineer here? As long as we use the gnome's electrical conduit and decompression spring, not only will it not be overweight, it won't explode too quickly. We can build a giant mechanical fire-breathing dragon and then paint the horns on its head red. That way, it will have 3 times the speed. We can create an airship with a rotating head and use it to drill into the ground. That way, we won't have to pay the toll to the dungeon guarding the surface passage. However, I soon discovered that something was wrong with the situation. These fellows were too active. When I mentioned the fusion technology and the new research topic, they were so happy that they actually started fighting. No fire source. The heel of my shoe is a lighter. When the flint strikes the ground, there will be sparks. No spare parts. My younger brother Ingo is even a part-time fire great mage. Melting a few metal rods to make components is nothing. No gunpowder. I'm a master of both goblin alchemy and goblin engineering. Come, pick up that soap. No, I'm not gay, I just want the soap and the animal fat from your lunch as raw materials. Watch me refine nitroglycerine by hand. This is a unique skill I learned from the sealers in the Northern Ruse. Ever since I mastered this secret method, my mother no longer has to worry about my nitroglycerine thruster running out of fuel. No fuse, catalyst, and spring. Wait for me to take off my clothes. Hey, I'm really not gay. Look, this shirt has been soaked in liquid RDX. I can detonate it by tearing off a piece of cloth. The goblin beside him looks at him with reverence. The meaning behind it is you are the model of goblin research spirit. You even dare to wear such a thing. This set of buttons is the most basic tool set. There's a wrench, a screwdriver, and a pair of pliers. You want it? I'm not selling it. This is a birthday gift from that clever Lich, a symbol of our precious friendship. If you really want to buy it, it's not impossible. I'll only sell it for 30,000 gold coins. Proudly stroking his hairless chin, the green-covered gold-tooth Bayar grinned at me and gave me a thumbs up. Looking at the Bayar brothers who seemed to have become the leaders of the group due to their outstanding skills, watching them enthusiastically dismantle the metal rods, melt the spare parts, and refine soap and animal fat into explosives, I was so frustrated that my intestines turned green. If I had intestines. I swear, when I get out, I will find a reason to throw them in jail. Crime. If nothing goes wrong, if I allow them to continue messing around, there will be one soon. Alright, in order to prevent the watch house built with the citizens' tax money from being blown up into the sky, and more importantly, I don't want to be blown up into the sky. Thus, I called for backup without hesitation. Eliza, hurry and report to the town security headquarters. Tell them that the goblins in the watch house are making a huge bomb that can blow up the entire city. Alright, the rest is simple. When the town security arrives, together with the guards of the watch house, they ruthlessly suppress this bunch of lawless master engineers, but this is just the beginning. Once the flame of truth is lit, it can never be extinguished. Goblin Master Engineer Gold Tooth Bayar. Their communication and collaboration only moved from the surface to the underground. All kinds of engineering blueprints flew around like an underground intelligence network, and with just a glance, they were able to transmit information. Furthermore, the idea of Sulphur Mountain City's master engineers working together on a huge project was leaked to the outside world through an unknown communication device. After that, there was an endless stream of master engineers from the outside world who took the initiative to commit crimes, seeking a chance to join this gathering. They even brought along precious spare parts as a membership fee. In the end, the moment the guards turn around, they start to work noisily. When the eyes of the guards stare at them, they whistle to the sky, pretending to be innocent. Helpless, all the town security could only get into position, each of them keeping an eye on the other, guarding to the death. Naturally, the other prisoners were able to relax. I also made use of this opportunity to sneak out to see Anne. That's the end of my recollection. The current watch house is like the mouth of a volcano, capable of blowing up the sky at any moment. The literal meaning of blowing up the sky, or perhaps, blowing up the sky is more suitable. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Furthermore, I have never thought of myself as a gentleman who scrupulously abides by morals, so I definitely wouldn't take the initiative to enjoy an explosion. Then, before they go overboard, let's find a place to kill some time. Let's go and see Little Red. What surprised me was that after contacting her, I found out from her subordinates that she wasn't at home. This is the biggest loss she has ever suffered in her life, so she must be furious. Now, if she isn't looking for someone to fight, then she can only go somewhere else. As expected, when I reached the largest bar in the central district, Fiery Rose, just as I walked into our usual private room, a familiar voice sounded from inside. Roland, come and drink with me. What? You turned into a human form to drink alone? Alcohol isn't good for your wounds. Yes, similar to a human delinquent girl, Little Red, who is also in her rebellious phase, also loves to drink and fight. Now that there isn't a suitable opponent to fight, naturally, she can only find a place to drink. That's something that you weak humans need to avoid. To me, drinking a bit of alcohol is just the right way to stop the pain and sleep more comfortably. Opening the curtain, the one in front of me who is holding a wooden barrel and pouring alcohol, and what's more, it is the strong alcohol of the dwarfs. It is a beautiful woman with black hair and embroidered eyebrows. Her long black hair is as smooth as silk, her crescent-shaped embroidered eyebrows add to the elegance of a woman. Her figure is extremely tall and the tight-fitting leather clothes accentuates her perfect figure. Her slender arms are as white as snow, her eyebrows are delicate, and her green fingertips are tinged with blood. Just by looking at her appearance, she gives off the feeling of a lady from a scholarly family. Currently, her left eye is covered with an eye patch and her body is wrapped in bandages. There is also the smell of medicinal alcohol all over her body, making her look even more delicate. But the moment she opens her eyes, no one would treat her as a weak lady. The wildness in her eyes, no, it should be said that it is the gaze of a predator sizing up its prey, would make the weak feel that their lives are in danger and tremble in fear. What? Disappointed? Do you think that a red dragon lady will turn into a cute red-clothed lowly in human form? Too naive. Giant dragons like to turn into little girls. This is the stereotypical prejudice that comes from reading too many night novels. Why? In the wilderness, a little girl with incredible martial prowess had suddenly fallen. The ground was clearly covered in mud and dust, but her gorgeous clothes were spotless. Even a fool would know that there is a problem. Cough. Back then, this dragon lady did read too many night novels. She intended to sneak into our adventuring group and have an epic adventure. But it is a pity that we saw through her from the very start. However, we, who are happy to have a strong fighter and mascot, would not expose her. Instead, we tried our best to act dumb, raising our arms to welcome the new legend-ranked young female berserker come fire mage. In the end, due to an accident, she accidentally revealed her true appearance. However, when faced with us, who obviously knew about it, she did ask us what went wrong with her disguise. However, that answer became the shame of her life and a dark history. Power requires time to accumulate. It seems that she is a legend around the age of 10. After eliminating a few possibilities, the transformation of other powerful races is the most probable answer. And the one who is most likely to do such a thing is probably dragons. This is the cold explanation of Marguerite. Back then, she was still a normal human mage with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. To think that she would still care about Little Red's face. Equipment and weapons, that demon hunter spider queen spider silk dress you are wearing, if you were to sell it, you could probably buy a small city. Considering the gentle personality and gentlemanly demeanor that a saint knight should display, I should care about her face in this situation. I racked my brains to find a flaw that isn't so obvious and said with a smile. Idiot Little Red, the first time we met, you ate an entire week's worth of rations, causing us to have to hunt to replenish our rations. Do you think that humans can eat that much? TMPH, you made me lose weight for an entire night. Alright, the thief Lisa Grant is still holding a grudge against me for going hungry that day. Haha, you idiots, to think that you would find out so late. I knew it the first time I saw it. Back then, wasn't Little Red reading a book? Isn't that popular night novel Dragon Princess from the Stars about a dragon transforming into a little girl to travel the human world and even fell in love with a human? You actually didn't notice such an obvious flaw. Haha, you always say that humans are idiots, but I think you are the idiots. Ah, this is. It is indeed that idiot Adam. After that, we spent a long time to find the idiot hero who was sent flying a few kilometers away by the furious Little Red. Fortunately, he is an outstanding meat shield, that's why he was able to survive in front of Little Red who accidentally got serious. At this point, the cute little lowly dragon princess is gone. Replacing her is this mature version of Big Sister Dragon. However, actually, this is very suitable for her personality. Thus, although dragons can change their race and age after they transform, transfiguration allows them to choose to transform into an elf or a human, but their outer appearance won't change. She has always been using this appearance. As for the red dress, that is true. Usually, after a dragon transforms, they would like to wear clothes that are similar to their skin color. Little Red does like the color red, but the problem is, Adam that fellow is also dressed in red. Furthermore, that fellow is constantly causing trouble and acting like an idiot. If I were to wear the same clothes as him, wouldn't I be treated as his companion? No one would want to be treated as the same kind as an idiot. Back then, Little Red said so. I definitely didn't mean to slander her. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and help me roast the meat. I remember that you were the best at roasting meat in our group back then. Let me see if your skills have deteriorated. You still remember? Yes, the one who knows that I am the Holy Knight Captain Rolo from back then. On the surface, it is Little Red in front of me, the ancient red dragon Einmesis. The way and angle that the gold race dragons look at humans is completely different from that of mortals. In front of those soul-piercing dragon eyes, it is impossible for me to hide from her from the very start. However, Rather than calling our relationship as companions, it would be better to say that we are accomplices. Some things, it is better to pretend to be ignorant than to expose it and embarrass everyone. Now, while I am roasting the meat, I have just sprinkled some secret spices on it, mainly a mixture of cumin and chili powder. At the same time, it is also an ingredient to cast smoke magic. Before I can even brush the oil on it, she snatches it away and gulps it down, eating happily. This time, I have wronged you. I will help you get back at them. Little Red has indeed been wronged this time. If it wasn't for certain reasons, not to mention losing, she wouldn't even be injured. Does she think that she is unwilling to admit defeat? What is the most troublesome aspect of dragons? Their powerful physical prowess or their outstanding magic? None of them. The most difficult aspect of them to deal with is their wings. They can fly. Dragons are born to fly. Their flying skills are outstanding. Young dragons can use magic to help them float in the air, while adult dragons are able to fly as they please. For an ancient dragon like Little Red, flying is as natural as breathing. She can even defy the laws of physics and fly as she pleases in the sky without using her wings. The usual method of dragons to deal with their enemies is to suddenly descend from the clouds and spit out their dragon breath and magic before they can react. Then, before the counterattack arrives, they pull themselves up and fly out. Although this tactic sounds shameless, it is extremely difficult to deal with. If you want to deal with a dragon slayer, you must first think of a way to make the dragons land on the ground. Thus, even if it is a mega empire, they will not casually offend dragons. After all, no one would want their capital to be on fire every 2 days without being able to find the culprit. Dragons' high mobility is what makes them the most difficult to deal with. 90% of the dragon slayers' deaths are due to the dragons being trapped in their own nest or falling into a trap. Even if the dragons in the wild can't defeat them, they can definitely escape and come back to take revenge. They are extremely difficult to deal with. This time, the only reason why Little Red is so heavily injured is because Adam and Marguerite are behind her. She is unable to move at all and can only remain motionless as a human target. Being beaten up like a stationary target, such a heavy injury naturally makes the proud Little Red feel wronged and unhappy. Hearing that I want to help her get back at them, Little Red pauses for a moment. Then, she picks up the wooden barrel at the side and gulps down wine. Cough cough. However, because she drank too quickly, this stupid dragon accidentally choked on her own wine. I hurriedly pat her back to soothe her. No need, I will get back at them myself. I will look for Molly personally, so you don't have to interfere. I shake my head. I know that she isn't willing to admit defeat. As expected, that is the answer. However, Little Red's individual strength is indeed slightly above that of the Dragon Queen Molly. Otherwise, that old fellow would have long come knocking on her door to clean her up. After all, Little Red is one of the few existences that can truly threaten her throne as the Dragon Queen. Let's go and get back at them together. This time, my losses aren't small either. Just as I expected, when I mentioned my plans to travel and cause trouble, Little Red, who loves to see the world in chaos and is looking for a place to vent her anger, happily agrees. However, after saying that, she looks at me with a playful expression. How has Lisa been recently? What are you talking about? Oh, Eliza. She is still as venomous as ever. Of all the people she could learn from, she just had to learn from Marguerite. She is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Just 2 days ago, she caused me to be arrested and sent to the detention center. Picking her up back then was the wrong choice. Don't play dumb. You know that my dragon eyes look directly at souls. Eliza should be Lisa, the last member of our adventuring party. Back then, the great thief whose goal was to become a millionaire, the Lisa Grant that fool Adam had a crush on for half his life. Eliza is Lisa with an emphasis on the prefix E in front. Such a simple alphabet game, I reckon that only that fool Adam couldn't see through it. When did you see through it? From the moment you brought back that half-demon girl, which is also from the start. H, you aren't much stronger than me, your disguise is full of flaws. However, you are really incredible. I remember that Lisa is clearly dead, even her soul has returned to the source. Wait, half-demon, you can't be going to the river of the dead to find her, right? Yes, the human Lisa is already dead. The current Eliza is a new life and soul. It can be said that Eliza is Lisa, but at the same time, she isn't Lisa. Looking at the interested little red, my face is bitter. Looks like it is time for me to explain some of the matters back then. Chapter 33. The grayish-yellow oil lamp swings in the wind. In the hall not too far away, there is the singing of bards. The wind also brings along the sweet scent of wine and the snoring and chatting of drunkards. The atmosphere of being in a trance in the river of history is intoxicating. It seems that this is indeed a good place to reminisce about the past. Clang. I toss out a magic gold coin and it turns into an invisible isolation barrier, blocking off all possible spying gazes. There are some things that I have to explain. Then, where should I start from? Let's just repeat the same old story. That cursed chaos and heartless order, that eternal war that dragged all races and lives into it. Just like what I mentioned before, this war will never end. Then, why is it never ending? Logically speaking, when both sides suffer a certain amount of damage, it will definitely stop. Then, I have to start from the source. Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation never ends. As mentioned before, after the death of every living being, if they believe in the Order gods, their souls will be guided up the heavenly pillar to the celestial territory of the Order gods and become a petitioner to provide them with the power of faith or a god's envoy or god's attendant to fight for them. Among them, the highest level would be the various battle angels. Basically, if you believe in a certain god, you will become a member of his divine realm. Petitioners are the lowest level of existence in the divine realm. They only need to pray continuously to provide the faith force to the gods. If the petitioners can no longer provide the faith force, then they will be abandoned and enter the cycle of reincarnation once again. The chaos side is actually similar. However, compared to using honor and holiness to guide the pure souls into a carefree heaven, the method of the chaos abyss is much simpler and more violent. The endless river Styx flows through countless dimensions. Using the saying of order, cursed souls of the wicked will forever suffer the pain of the river Styx's corrosion. In reality, souls whose attributes lean towards chaos and those who don't believe in the gods of order will enter the river Styx after death. However, due to the fact that souls leaning towards chaos tend to be selfish and reckless, it isn't wrong to say that they are wicked. Alright, the souls of those who died on the side of chaos would flow along the river Styx through countless worlds and dimensions. If they were attracted by the rules of those worlds, they would climb ashore and be reborn. For example, if one climbed ashore in the Rift Plane, one of the main battlefields of the Eternal War, then the evolution direction of the newborn spirit would most likely be a berserker demon. If one climbed ashore in the Raging Flames scorched plains that was filled with black chaotic flames, then it would most likely become a fire-type evil demon. The end of their evolution would most likely be a powerful Baler demon. Of course, every world and dimension had their own preferences. There were devils who were cunning and evil but kept to their promises. Many of them had been swindlers, unscrupulous merchants, or thieves who took the easy way out. Meanwhile, there were demons who were basically the incarnation of chaos, but they were more inclined towards the souls of violent criminals such as murderers and robbers. In reality, before they climbed ashore, the river Styx had already completed the cycle of life and death. The demons and devils that came ashore were completely new life forms. They would definitely need to devour other life forms to survive. The law of the jungle was the only rule. Before the arrival of the undefeatable predators, they had to evolve to become stronger. This was the only way for them to survive. The demons and devils that came from the river Styx had long lost their memories of being mortals. Their empty brains only recorded the primitive devouring and evolution. Every demon that had evolved to a certain level would have devoured countless of their own kind. Talking about the beauty of order and peace, talking about cooperation and coexistence with them was as laughable as talking about social harmony and helping others to a villain who rose to power by smashing and robbing. Wasn't that basically denying the value of their past existence? Even if the demons could advance to become demon nobles and master their true name in this world, they would be able to recall their memories of being mortals. However, at this moment, their new worldview had already been formed. Looking at their past memories would be similar to how mortals look at novels or movies with themselves as the main character. It wouldn't have much of an impact on their personality. Instead, their new experiences and knowledge would make them more cunning and difficult to deal with. Even if the Baler was strong enough to become a dragonslayer, it was still just a regular demon. Becoming a demon nobleman, even the weakest baron would be an existence that could crush a Baler single-handedly. It was said that their title of nobility was directly bestowed upon them by the goddess of chaos and the abyss of chaos. A demon prince that was slightly higher than a demon duke might not sound like much, but in reality, it was equivalent to the godson of the goddess of chaos, an existence equivalent to the main gods of order. Fortunately, due to the nobility of the nobility being too strong, they were usually unable to head to the Aeshi continent. Even if their avatars were to descend, they would often be surrounded and annihilated by the god envoys and avatars sent by the main gods of order. Of course, not every soul that leaned towards chaos would turn into a demon. Most of the souls would be unable to reach the shore and could only reach the end of the river Styx, the abyss of chaos, to reincarnate. Alright, if there is life, there is death. The souls of the dead would be reborn and become new soldiers of both factions. Then, the eternal war would naturally never end. These are the rules of the world. Common sense similar to the sun has to rise at daybreak, the seawater is salty. But 100 years ago, there was a person who attempted to break this rule. He attempted to stop the sun from rising, he attempted to let the living die, allowing the dead to build a country, he attempted to make the holy light disappear. He is Lord Yunye. Yes, the me who went crazy back then. Cough, since it is a dark history, let's not talk about it anymore. No matter how I refute it, Lisa still died under my army. She died in the hands of one of my most capable 4 heavenly kings, the Bone Dragon Queen Grey. Sin, which is equivalent to indirectly dying in my hands. Back then, I, who was at my peak condition, didn't intend to accept the fact that I killed a friend by mistake. I attempted to challenge the common sense of the world to reverse life and death. Back then, from my point of view, if I were to revive as an undead, I would still be a dead person. It is meaningless. If I want to revive, I must really revive. The souls of the dead would indeed lose their memories and everything in the river Styx. However, this requires time. After all, even though the river Styx's water is a lethal poison to any living being, for it to swiftly take effect, one must drink it into one's body. Then, if I were to use a divination spell to find Lisa's soul before the river Styx's water takes effect and pull her out of the river Styx to reconstruct her physical body, this isn't something I created but a classic joke among the mags. Even though it is possible in theory, the river Styx is able to swallow any soul that comes into contact with it. Since it is impossible to touch it, how can I pull it out? Even the great demons who are able to use secret techniques to extract a portion of the river Styx's water to create medicine wouldn't dare to touch the river Styx directly. They don't want to start evolving from the lowest tier of demons. Falling into the river Styx is the most vicious curse among demons. However, this concept needs to be corrected. The river Styx is the river of souls in this world and also the mother of all living beings. Indeed, it is able to pull any soul in this world into it. However, if that soul doesn't originate from her but from another world, for example, a transmigrator from another world, back then, I broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, my theoretical guess was correct. However, the truth proved that this little bit of luck was the beginning of misfortune. You are insane. You are challenging the order established by the gods. You are challenging the dignity of the malevolent gods of chaos and the gods of order at the same time. You're courting death. The shock and roar of the gigantic dragon is right beside my ears. Other than nodding my head bitterly, what else can I say? Yes, looking back now, I was indeed on the verge of going insane. To completely break the boundary between life and death, I am really insane. Hihi, if there is a first, there will be a second. If the dead aren't successfully converted, then what is the point of fighting between order and chaos? Both sides wouldn't allow me to mess around. Little Red takes a big gulp of wine. Who did you meet? A true god descending to the mortal world? If it is just a clone, You should have been able to escape even if you couldn't defeat him back then. Death God Ale, the first undead, the most ancient god. Clatter. The wine cup shatters on the floor and the fragrance of wine permeates the air. The ancient red dragon Ines Mesus opens her mouth wide, allowing the wine to flow freely. That extremely idiotic look is really rare. Hey hey, image. If this idiotic look spreads out, how are you going to get married in the future? I remind her out of goodwill, but she pulls her up, pushing her nose against her nose, eye to eye. You don't joke about laughing. In the millions of years of history of us dragons, no one has ever made a move 3 times and the opponents were all true god. Do you think that you are incredible? You are just a recent semigod undead emperor. There are many of them in the ancient times. You don't even have the qualifications to make any of them make a move. Her words of doubt are enunciated one by one. Her dragon eyes are filled with disbelief and doubt. I am not joking, laughing, it really is Ea, the most ancient god, a super senior who has followed the goddess of chaos and the goddess of order, the oldest king of the mountain tribe, the predecessor of the devils, the oldest death god who gave all undead freedom and wisdom. Then why are you still alive and kicking? I don't think that a semigod can escape from his hands. The true gods that he targeted have all fallen. You are just a semigod undead emperor, what right do you have to survive? Recalling that grey figure that represents death itself, that blood-red rose on his pale fingers, I can't help but shiver. I also feel that it is a miracle that my soul and body are still alive. Now that I think about it, the death god Ale never replies to the prayers of the undead, but he still represents death itself. Perhaps, his divine concept and concept of existence is to maintain the order of death itself. In other words, as long as the river Styx isn't touched and the souls of order aren't obstructed from returning to the side of the gods, he definitely won't make a move. Back then, I touched the river Styx, directly stepping on the red line. I was really courting death, seeking my own death. I subconsciously take a sip of wine, but helplessly watch as the wine drips down my chin and wets my clothes. I shake my head and smile helplessly. That was the most pitiful and pure defeat I have ever experienced in my entire life. He only used a single clone to descend to the mortal world and attack once, yet he easily defeated me. Even my soul was half destroyed, causing my power level to plummet. From then on, I gave up on the possibility of ascending to godhood as an undead. That is because I would have to challenge the death god Ale. Over the countless years, the position of the death god has never changed, which means that it is impossible to do. No wonder Adam and Marguerite were able to defeat you back then. Even now, he is probably still brooding over it, suspecting that you went easy on him, but he didn't expect that it was because you were too heavily injured back then. Since it is impossible to establish an undead empire and the Demon King is destined to fail, why don't I give the glory of defeating the Demon King to my brother? However, due to the drastic drop in power level, a flaw appeared in the original plan, which was seen through by Marguerite. My fake death almost turned into a real death. This should be the only accident. You still haven't told me how you escaped from the hands of the death god Ale. Are you wondering why it is impossible to establish an undead empire? Actually, it is very simple. From Ale, I found out that the Order gods wouldn't allow the undead to completely replace the living. That way, the cycle of life and death would be broken. An undead empire that takes up less than half of the world is already the limit of what they can accept. An irresistible force smacks my head and Little Red's questioning voice resounds in my ears. I ask you, how did you escape from the hands of Ale? You are not allowed to change the topic. You are not allowed to speak nonsense. The soulfire flickers in my eyes. In the end, I helplessly tell the truth. I can't say it, I really can't say it. This is for your own good. The dragon lady tilts her head to the side and pouts her lips. Her beautiful face is filled with disdain. Even if you don't say it, I can still guess it. Isn't it because of that mouth of nonsense that you are most adept at? Ale, who isn't from any god system, is a famous rebel. He should be the same as you, dissatisfied with the current world. Perhaps, you might have come to some kind of conspiracy agreement with Ale, such as overthrowing the current order together. Woo-woo, the words that she was about to say after that can no longer be said. My bones are stuffed directly into her mouth. Being ambushed suddenly, her black pupils are filled with rage. Then, her eyes turn and she seems to have guessed something. Then, the rage turns into surprise, followed by panic and fear. I couldn't have guessed it right? Tell me, this isn't true. Lord Ale, please spare me. I am still young, I haven't gotten married yet, I haven't raised a dragon yet. I don't want to be silenced. Relax, you still don't know anything. If you don't know anything, why would Ale look for you? You are only here drinking and chatting. You didn't guess anything, didn't think of anything. Under my consolation, she only calms down after a long while. Remember. I don't know anything and you didn't say anything either. Dragon God, please go ahead, I won't make any wild guesses anymore. I can't say it, I really can't say it. I nod my head and wipe away a non-existent cold sweat. This fellow, how can she make such wild guesses? As expected, she is a super jinx as usual, a professional leaky spoon. Right, what's going on with Eliza? Why would Lord Ale let her off? Even though it is obvious that she is trying to change the topic, how can I not be tactful? Because I was pursued by Ale, I randomly teleported Eliza to a faraway place. When I regained my ability to move, it was already 3 days later. However, Eliza was still struggling to survive alone in the ruins. Furthermore, she has already been corrupted by the laws of the plane, turning into a half-demon. What's left is that I settled her down and brought her to Sulphur Mountain City. You should know what happened after that. Half-demon? It shouldn't be. Most half-demons are the descendants of demons. Through a ritual, their demon bloodline awakens their demon bloodline to obtain power. On the other hand, an existence like Eliza is an existence that was corrupted by the laws of the world before her death was completely transformed into a half-demon, half-human existence. She doesn't seem to be much different from a normal half-demon, but in reality, she is completely different from a normal demon descendant. After hesitating for a moment, based on her understanding of the laws, Little Red comes to a conclusion. No wonder you said that she is Lisa, but she isn't Lisa at the same time. The original Lisa is already dead and the current Eliza is probably just a part of her remains, a part of her soul that was transformed into a half-human half-demon. She is the only one in all of Aishi. Indeed, Ale also told me that as long as a person comes into contact with the river Styx, that person would be completely dead. The ones who come to shore after that would only be newborns that were made from their bodies. Even now, the abyss of chaos is still summoning her soul in an attempt to completely transform her into a demon. She came to shore from the raging flames-scorched plains, so she should have been transformed into a fire attribute demon. That is why I imparted her the ice magic of the opposing fire attribute in order to resist the corrosion from the source. You are really stupid. You did all of this for nothing and you almost lost your life. I have nothing to say. This is the stupidest thing I have ever done in my life. However, I don't regret it. Have you ever regretted anything in your life? Don't talk about regret, I have never seen you depressed before. After pondering for a long time and recalling the countless incidents that made me sad and sorrowful, I finally smiled. Not at all. Since every single thing that I did was a choice that I sincerely made and I put my life on the line until the very last moment, even if I ended up failing in the end, what do I have to regret? Regret is just a denial of my past life. Even if I fail, I can just learn from my mistakes and try harder the next time. Of course you don't regret it. Now, you have a maid who places all of her attention on you. Isn't this the same as back then? Adam, that brat, was infatuated with Lisa while Lisa only looked at her guild leader Rolo. Can you not rub my sore spot? I am still vexed about it. Initially, I thought that there would be a possibility this time around. In the end, Eliza and Lisa's preferences are basically the same. They have no feelings for Adam at all. Then, does Adam know about it? Do you think that he wouldn't know? That fellow might only have an intelligence of 9, but his instincts are ridiculously sharp. Just like how he clearly knows that you are his big brother Rolo, but he still pretends to be a fool. Actually, I am not too sure either. There are some things that would be embarrassing if they were to be exposed, so it is better to be a little muddled. However, regarding Eliza, he looked for me to talk to and he only said one sentence: Eliza is Eliza, Lisa is Lisa. Lisa is already dead and so is my heart. I suddenly sympathize with Adam. On the other hand, I sympathize with Marguerite. Looking at the situation, after Adam's unrequited love for half of his life, he has subconsciously beautified his memories of the past. Lisa is already a perfect symbol in Adam's heart. He is only replaying and beautifying Lisa's past in his memories, instinctively rejecting anyone from entering his world. How can a living man defeat a dead man? Marguerite's painstaking efforts are destined to go down the drain. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Am I wrong? No, I am just shocked by the truth of a rumor. What rumor? An old virgin would be especially protective of the fairer sex, even if the woman doesn't belong to him. TSK, Marguerite has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Back then, you were clearly better than Adam in every aspect. You were beautiful, powerful, mature, and steady. When you were alone, you even had that melancholy that attracts foolish women. Even that foolish girl Lisa wouldn't let you go. Yet, Marguerite couldn't let go of Adam, who caused trouble everywhere like a pitiful puppy. She helped him clean up his messes for half her life, and in the end, she fell in love with Adam for the rest of her life. A holy knight relies on his face to make a living. How can he not be skilled at flowery words? Otherwise, how can he receive such abundant donations? As for the so-called melancholy, back then, I was completely focused on how to take revenge on an enemy that I could not defeat, so naturally, I could be melancholy. TSK, he. Why are you laughing so strangely? Did I say something wrong? No, I am just shocked by the truth of a rumor. Old virgins who are past the marriageable age will become love experts through endless procrastination and blind date. Sparks flashed in the two pairs of eyes. In the end, it turned into two helpless sighs. After all, harming a similar weakness would only cause harm to both of them. Suddenly, those dragon eyes lit up. Little Red hugged me and purposely placed my head in front of her chest. Her body was filled with the fragrance of wine and the soft and tender feeling made me feel extremely strange. Why don't we, the leftover man and woman, form a random group? Someone like me should be to your liking. Although you are unable to give me a child, you aren't hateful. A pure spiritual love isn't a bad idea either. The snow-white soft flesh on her chest pressed against me. Luckily, I didn't need to breathe anymore, otherwise, this is a confession. First time in history? My spring has arrived. Am I going to have my first love in this life? Before I could come up with a reply from my chaotic thoughts, a familiar cold laughter sounded behind me. I sensed that Master had used an isolation technique. I was worried that Master might have met with trouble, so I searched all the way here. So, you were drinking with girls. Hehe. The love between the giant lizard and the skull really leaves one speechless. Perhaps, I can contact Sulphur Mountain City's daily newspaper and dramatists. The citizens would have a good topic to chat about and the theater would be performing a new love opera. If I could still sweat, my back would probably be drenched in cold sweat. As for Little Red, she was already rolling on the floor laughing. Obviously, the so-called confession just now was just an act to trick me after finding out that Eliza was coming. An indescribable sense of loss and disappointment rose from the bottom of my heart. The wavering just now made me want to bury my head into a wine barrel and the knife-like gaze behind me made me want to escape. Ultraman is fighting with the monsters, I want to go and help. After leaving behind these inconceivable words, I immediately slipped away. However, I inadvertently missed the confrontation between the women behind me. Master is mine. I mustered up my courage to declare, but all I got was a sympathetic gaze from the other party. Last time, you were his younger sister. This time, he probably treats you as his daughter. You are really pitiful. Work hard, although the road ahead is long and there is basically no hope. I will not admit defeat, even if the opponent is you. As though she saw the other party's sympathy as the confidence of victory, her declaration this time was filled with anger. Don't worry, I have no interest in bones. Although Roland is to my liking, my goal is to give birth to little dragons. Although I can reluctantly accept a mixed-blood dragon descendant, he can't even give it to me. I am not a necrophile. Waving her hands, signaling Eliza to leave, the black-haired and black-eyed dragon lady started to drink in the manner that made dwarfs blush in shame. Her entire head dipped into the wine barrel and only the sound of water flowing could be heard. On the other hand, the confused Eliza saw me standing at the entrance blankly the moment she walked out of the pub. Is this the result of spouting nonsense? As expected, I am the one with the biggest jinx. Hihi, so there really is an Ultraman versus little monsters in this world. In front of me is a humongous goblin robot. He is a full 20 meters tall and has 2 heads. One head is a fire-breathing dragon while the other head is painted red according to my instructions. It even has a ram installed on it. The left arm is a mechanical arm and the right arm is a huge drill bit. His entire body is in a huge battle with the town security. Furthermore, with his huge size, he has an overwhelming advantage. Lord Roland the Wise, your ideas are indeed interesting. Look, this is the product of our goblin and dwarf engineering. To thank you for the inspiration and design ideas you gave us. We named him Roland No. 2. Your wisdom and genius ideas will be praised by all goblins and dwarfs. The sound of the loudspeaker could be heard throughout half of Sulphur Mountain City. Thus, I knew that tomorrow, I would definitely be on Sulphur Mountain City's wanted list. Little Red, I take back what I said just now. I regret it. Who knew that those lunatics would treat my nonsense as the truth and really do it? That huge robot fights while exploding in a small area. But immediately, a goblin fire dwarf jumps down to knock on it. Then, that Roland No. 2 is able to fight again. Ding dang. Sulphur Mountain City's Big Ben is finished. Boom. The watch room that was supposed to be finished is really finished. Boom. 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 After a series of explosions, the town security headquarters, which had just recovered from the rubble for less than 2 weeks, is once again in ruins. Looks like it isn't just the wanted list anymore. It can even be at the top of the list. Thus, without hesitation, I turned my head and said to Eliza, "Inform everyone on the list. Tonight, we will pack our luggage and flee. Oh, no, we will head to the Underground Alliance." Chapter 34. As the highest judicial institution in Sulphur Mountain City, the Supreme Court is usually shrouded in a silent and solemn atmosphere. Just like the motto written on the walls of the hall, proper appearance, strict enforcement of the law, speak little and act cautiously, the staff of the judicial institution that passes by are usually stern, concise in their words and swift in their actions, receiving high praise from the citizens. But today, the situation is a little different. The usually silent corridors are filled with noise and quarrels. Chained prisoners awaiting trial filled all the cells. Even the usually empty square is filled with people. At the corner of the square, a gigantic goblin robot has already been turned into a pile of scrap metal. Perhaps, considering the fact that it occupies half of the square by itself, it should be called a steel forest or steel ruins. At the side, a group of goblins and dwarfs are surrounding it and crying. There are even goblins who have started to dance their ancestral waist-twisting dance, also known as tropical-style belly dance. They seem to treat this robot as their family and are sending it off. Further away, there are quite a number of citizens who were affected by the commotion, but they are unable to enjoy this exotic dance. Instead, they follow the traditions of Sulphur Mountain City and use tomatoes and rotten eggs to baptize these troublemaking engineers. Of course, there are also goblin merchants who sell ammunition beside the furious citizens. As for the guards of the Supreme Court, they are already busy running for their lives and have no time to bother about such small matters. Due to the destruction of the watch house and town security headquarters, there are many suspects who have nowhere to go. If Sulphur Mountain City's prison is still intact, where else can they be transferred to? But due to the aftermath of the prison break incident, a portion of the light criminals were transferred to the watch house. This time, they are completely wiped out and can only be transferred to the Supreme Court. The 4 halls under the Supreme Court have all been mobilized, but they still feel that they are lacking in manpower. Shouts, cries, chases and pleas for mercy, It has completely turned the usually solemn and silent court of justice into a market for bargaining. At the same time, I furrowed my brows and tried my best to ignore the commotion outside but failed in the end. I could only helplessly order the guards to close all the doors and windows tightly and pull down the curtains to give the trial a relatively quiet environment. Yes, the trial. My plan to sneak away overnight, oh no, I meant to go on an emergency mission, was ruthlessly rejected by Eliza from the start. Sulphur Mountain City can do without the Lich Roland. However, after that miracle, the Supreme Judge Wu Mianzi, who is vaguely known as the Fourth Head, the emperor behind the scenes of Sulphur Mountain City, suddenly disappears. Perhaps, the earthquake caused by that would be even more severe than those ambushes. Most importantly, the others were not prepared at all. They did not even have the diplomatic documents prepared. If they went out alone, it would only become a farce. However, if I were to continue staying here as Roland, I would probably be able to count how many bones I have left by tomorrow. I believe that these town security, whose homes have been destroyed here, wouldn't have the patience to listen to my explanation. They would probably tear me apart to make soup out of me. Although I had committed many crimes in my life that others could not say anything about, this time, I was truly innocent. I had only said it casually and waited for the explosion and sparks. Who knew that they would actually make such a thing? Thinking about that 20-meter-tall metal giant, I couldn't help but shiver. A simplified version of the Metal Titan? A monster harvester that is strong enough to crush a legend? It seems that I have accidentally made something incredible. Of course, the other side of Roland No. 2's strength is that I had to pay a huge price to settle it. Thus, the crime of the mastermind, Roland, is even heavier. Thus, I could only helplessly let the town security see Lich Roland riding a bone dragon across half of the city and escape from Sulphur Mountain City. At the very least, before his crimes are cleared, Lich Roland won't return. At this moment, the first trouble that I met is right in front of me. This case has already exceeded the ability of any judge. In the end, I can only do it myself. On the judge's stand in the 3rd Division, I look at the mountain of documents, the innocent face of the defendants and the agitated town security ladies on the plaintiff's stand. Listening to them muttering despicable Roland, wait for me to feed you to the dogs, Lord Wu Mianzi, please give us the authority to draw our swords and execute him. I will cut him into 13 pieces and bring him back. Momo doesn't care about the legal transaction anymore. Please let Momo lead a team to search his house. There must be a lot of contraband in his house. Then, we will sentence him to life imprisonment. Momo must treat him well, ha 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 ha. Hearing the crazy laughter of the homeless dark elves, I felt a headache coming on. On the side, Prosecutor Catalina was reading out the indictment and the evidence that she had gathered. 4:20 in the afternoon, smoke suddenly rose in the detention house. Then, making use of the chaos, the engineers from the outside met up with those in the detention house. Both parties started the final assembly. Objection. Since the smoke has already risen, how can you determine that it was my client who assembled it? Maybe, my client only intends to use the fireworks to barbecue their lunch. The goblin prosecutor Rowe, who is wearing a silver mask, interrupts his colleague's speech and raises an abnormally bizarre opinion. That's right, we only roasted sweet potatoes, smoked fish. The defendant's stand is also in an uproar. Goblins and dwarfs love to cause a commotion. There are only piranhas in Sulphur Mountain City's moat. Where did you get the fish to barbecue? Just based on your clumsy fishing skills, don't even think about succeeding in your entire life. Catalina roars in anger. As expected of a huntress of the Amazon tribe, her golden ponytail swings with the wind and her aura is as sharp as a blade, as though she is a Valkyrie on a hunt. However, the direction she is concerned about is a little off. No, as long as the method is right, piranhas can be caught. We have Parker's fishing rod. Now, I finally understand why the Goblin Rowe, who specializes in public prosecutions, insists on defending his fellow tribesmen. This fellow is obviously trying to stir up trouble. Furthermore, he is very familiar with public prosecutions and he knows that it is easy for Prosecutor Caitlin to be led into a dead end. Then, as long as we turn the trial into a farce, this trial will naturally end in one go. In the past, it wouldn't be a big deal to let this farcical trial go, But at this moment, due to certain reasons, I definitely can't let it go. This can't go on. If the goblins are innocent, then wouldn't the Lich Roland be the one to take the blame? Glancing at the town security elves who are so angry that they are gnawing on the table, I make up my mind to make the sinners pay for their crimes. Using the metal plate that was gnawed off as proof, my bones are definitely not as hard as it. Row. Gold coin, may I ask where you were at 4:20 in the afternoon yesterday? Don't lie, you know the consequences of lying in my court. As expected, the moment I ask this, the temporary defense judge who was still speaking passionately just a moment ago becomes speechless in an instant. I rub my forehead helplessly, acting as if I am helpless. In reality, I am already grinning from ear to ear under the mask. Little fellow, I knew that you wouldn't just stay at home obediently. Now, it's your turn to take the blame for me. Row. Gold coin, you actually broke the law despite knowing it. You have thrown the face of the Supreme Court away. Now, shut your mouth obediently and sit in the defendant's stand. Right, apologize to the ladies from the town security first. Let's see what you have done to their family. Hearing that, Row. Gold coin throws down his mask, which represents the removal of his identity as a judge. He jogs over and apologizes with his head lowered. Then, like a primary school student, he sits in the defendant's stand obediently with his kin, completely becoming the defendant. Right, you over there, get me death-courting Storm. I can guarantee with my knees that that fellow is definitely involved in this as well. You don't know? The death-courting Storm from the Hall of Magic, that short. It's Mana Storm. The dwarf's childlike sharp voice echoes from the spectator's stand. Milhor's Mana Storm jumps over the fence and walks towards the defendant's stand. I am secretly praising this fellow for being a hoodlum. However, halfway through, I see him turning his head back and calling out. Since you have committed a crime, you should be punished. What are you all waiting for? Then, a wave of people comes down. Among them, there are goblins and dwarfs, but there are also humans and other races. There are a total of 30 to 40 of them. Probably all the master engineers in Sulphur Mountain City are here. Looks like these master engineers didn't expect that the matter would blow up to such an extent. Now, they are all obediently surrendering themselves. Shaking my head helplessly, I look at the empty defense judge's stand. I can't find a suitable defense judge in such a short period of time, so you all can defend yourselves. Eagle Storm, tell me, even though this matter has nothing to do with you all, why did you all jump out? Those evil engineers are the enemies of nature. Keek, that unnatural creation that is filled with black cursed objects, artificial giant made of black iron, that twisted existence that revolves with a loud rumble is an existence that blasphemes nature, that fellow is a lumberjack, so he is definitely the enemy of nature, woof woof, so we, the son of nature, have to purify the cursed land, so we have to get rid of him. While trying my best to bear with the weird accent that comes from his mouth, there are also a few weird beastly roars in between. At first, I even tried to translate it into human language, but looking at the equally confused spectators, I finally couldn't bear it any longer. Speak human language. Otherwise, I will lock you up together with Beifeng. Herald. The Draken Beifeng's hobby has already spread across the entire Sulphur Mountain City. His evil act of capturing a Druil as a pet is even more shocking. To the victim himself and his fellow Druil, that man is the embodiment of fear. He actually forgot that he is a human now, and thinks that he is a dog, chasing after his own tail every day. What did that Draken do to him? Dragon of extreme evil, nemesis of Druil Beifeng. Herald, this is what all the Druil of Sulphur Mountain City call him. Even the great Druil Eaglestorm, upon hearing this name, instinctively shudders. We saw that iron giant. It was too much of a violation of the teachings of the church. My brother said that we should beat him up. I thought about it and felt that according to the book my grandfather left behind, we should really beat him up. So, we beat him up, he. Looking at the great Druil who is laughing foolishly, I am speechless. This time, he is indeed direct enough. But looking at that stupid face, I really want to beat him up. Calm down, gentlemanly. It isn't the first time that these fellows are so unreliable, so don't get angry at them. Cough. Alright, next up is the Holy Knight Squadron that suddenly joined the battle. Tim, I can roughly guess what you all did. My lord, please understand, we are just fulfilling the duties and responsibilities of a Holy Knight. Seeing that the big robot is in the midst of destroying a city wall, you all shouted Holy Light, that evil is worth fighting, for the Holy Light, charge and charged at him. Then, along the way, you also destroyed the other 2 city walls and 30-odd houses. Alright, I can understand that their original opportunity to uphold justice was snatched away by the judicial authorities. It is indeed depressing for them to have a rare opportunity to act, so they went all out to cause trouble, but you only said half of it. How can you not tell the truth about how you and Druil got into a fight? Do you think that I don't know about the grudge between you and Eaglestorm after the streaking incident? Later on, remember to send the repair bill to Old Bill. I hope that his stomach has recovered. The last time he vomited blood, it was really scary. This time, increase the bill by 3 times and punish him as hard as you can. Ignoring Tim, whose face looks as if the sky has fallen, I turn my gaze towards a bunch of nervous youngsters. Lucas, you just changed your job from a Holy Knight to a Justice Knight. Why did you bring the other students of Nanxiang to cause trouble? Furthermore, you purposely picked on your former colleagues. Don't you know that if a law enforcer knowingly breaks the law, his punishment will be even more severe? I have high hopes for this youngster. I am indeed very curious. Why did it turn into a fight between a Holy Knight and a Justice Knight even though we are all here to help? If I remember correctly, Lucas and that Tim should have a good relationship. I don't have anything against Big Brother Tim. Big Brother has always been taking care of us. However, other than Big Brother's 3rd Brigade, the Holy Church's 1st Brigade actually came as well. They actually wanted to play the hero and snatch the girl. So, I couldn't hold it in. The others are confused, but I instantly understand. The 1st Brigade of every region of the Holy Church is also known as the Ceremonial Brigade. Rather than saying that they are a Holy Knight in battle, it would be better to say that they are the Handsome Knight Brigade that specializes in etiquette and diplomacy. The 1st Brigade only has one mission, and that is to ask for donations from the local nobles and wealthy merchants. As for the sentimental ladies, they are usually more willing to spend money, so every member of the 1st Brigade is carefully selected. The requirement is that they must be beautiful and skilled in diplomacy. If they can accidentally make the noble ladies happy, it would be even better if they donate more. So, when the other brigades are busy fighting against evil, the 1st Brigade is busy with ball parties and dealing with the noble ladies. When the other brigades are training under the scorching sun, the 1st Brigade is doing group face masks in a secret room. Furthermore, in order to look good, the church pays for the maintenance of the 1st Brigade's war horses and armor. This difference in treatment naturally makes the 1st Brigade look bad in the eyes of the other Holy Knight. But I have to say, face masks are too expensive. It can't be reimbursed. It's hard to maintain one's demeanor while attending ball parties and drinking till the point of vomiting. Do you bastards think that all the noble ladies are as beautiful as flowers? Actually, most of them are like pigs. No matter how disgusting those greasy pig hands are, you have to bear with it. If you accidentally chop them off, it would become a diplomatic incident. Most importantly, don't think that there are always women around. In reality, in order to attract the noble ladies to donate, the 1st Brigade doesn't allow anyone to fall in love at all. Also, they have to memorize poems all day, practice their skills to act cool and try their best to act like a Casanova. Even if they meet a good woman, they can only look at her and not touch her. This kind of feeling is even worse than not being able to pursue her. Alright, I didn't shout out the above roars. But it seems that I accidentally revealed some of my dark history. Cough, I did go to the 1st Brigade when I was a Knight Squire. After that, I was in the main battle force. But, it took me a year to change those weird habits. Don't blame this little brother, we understand. The 1st Brigade Captain Mu Ien, who is rubbing his hands, is a golden-haired handsome man. Not only that, he even instinctively flings his hair and winks at the side. While the men are disgusted, there are also women who exclaim so handsome. Yet, I look at him with a sympathetic gaze. 59 style flick head movement, 56 style flirting eyes. Looks like the church hasn't changed much after all these years. Looking at this proficiency, it should be a master-level flirting eyes. In order to maintain this state, he has to practice at least 300 times a day. He probably can't even speak normally anymore. He also habitually winks at men. Thus, I say to Lucas in a deep voice, "Apologize to Captain Mu Yen. Now, immediately. There's no need, little brother. We are all brothers of the Order faction." As Mu Yen says those words, his gaze is still drifting, as though he is looking for a target among the audience. Then, he habitually flashes his flirting eyes all over the place. As a senior and an experienced person, I know that this is a honed hunting instinct. But in the eyes of the young and energetic Lucas, it is a sign of disdain. I definitely won't apologize. Even if I can't be a Justice Knight, I won't be a human anymore. I will become a Black Knight in the Undead District. It wasn't easy for him to find a new faith, only to realize that he still has to lower his head to his old enemy. Unable to bear the harsh reality, he ran away in tears. However, he must have gotten something wrong. The Undead District only has a Death Knight, there isn't a Dark Knight. Alright, back to the main topic. At this moment, the matter is already very clear. First, the engineers created a gigantic robot. Then, the town security came to enforce the law, but they were suppressed by the mechanical giant with their huge size advantage. Then, the Druil entered the chaotic battle. Then, the Holy Knight came to eradicate the evil. At the same time, Tim took the opportunity to settle old scores with Eaglestorm, causing the Druil and the Holy Knight to fight. Then, thinking that the first big team that came to rescue was taking the opportunity to flirt with girls, the Justice Knight trainee of Nanxiang made use of the chaos to take revenge. It really is a mess. In the end, no one bothered about the robot and everyone fought on their own. This is obviously using this opportunity to settle personal grudges. If we really want to punish them, a few thousand people would have to be locked up in one go. Furthermore, our jail and detention center are still in a state of ruins. Furthermore, no one died this time. This is really an accident. Thus, I made up my mind and knocked down the gavel. Court will be temporarily adjourned. All defendants will be temporarily released. Without the approval of the Supreme Court, the suspects are not allowed to leave Sulphur Mountain City. The compensation for the damages will be split equally by the parties involved in the fight. At the same time, the various departments of the judicial system will hasten the repair work of the detention center and jail. Once we find the culprit, Roland, we will hold the court again. Alright, in the end, it became Roland's fault. While the indignant town security was itching to give it a try, obviously intending to capture Roland personally. Looks like Roland won't be coming back. Eliza, do you think Rosie sounds better or Robe sounds better? Alright, after the incident yesterday, she has been ignoring me ever since. However, this trial made me determined. If I'm not around, this bunch of fellows will flip the heavens. Then, the members of the diplomatic group this time should be decided. Bring this bunch of buffoons along and fix that Roland number 2 as well. Let's completely flip the Underground Alliance upside down. Chapter 35. The Underground City, Kulan-Stanbol, could be considered the closest underground city to Sulphur Mountain City. Although it wasn't a necessary route to other underground cities, many merchants would choose to pass through here to replenish their food and water, or to purchase some minerals, gems, slaves, and other specialties. More than 70% of the residents in this city are grey dwarfs and underground beastmen. The underground beastmen are mainly the pig tribe of the original city lord HNG. The land here is barren, and after using their army to rob merchants, this group of greedy pigs became even more infamous. Now, other than relying on the resources to develop their mining industry and slave labor trade, they seem to have no other choice. When the news of City Lord HNG's death spread, as expected, the entire Kalan city fell into chaos. There is a reason why the underground city is viewed as a land of chaos by the entire Order faction. At least in most of the underground cities, they believe in the most primitive law of nature, the survival of the fittest. The city lord and the nobles in the city are the ones with the biggest fists. Their outstanding reproductive ability allowed the pig tribe to have a large population. In the past, even during the transfer of power, they were able to maintain relative stability within the tribe. But this time, HNG was ravaged by the division of Sulphur Mountain City's resources. His death was too sudden, and he even brought along the number 1 elite Blackwater army of the tribe. Thus, the original successor, HNG's son, Haha, didn't have enough strength, and the one who could become the next city lord began to stir. Or rather, using the word stir to describe these pigheads was too lenient. On the afternoon of the news, they lost their restraints and the civil war began. The second largest tribe, Greywood lizard beastmen and Grey dwarfs, allied together to rise to power. Along with the commoners who couldn't survive and the slave miners who wanted to escape. Chaos is contagious. War broke out all over the continent, and Kalen City's population of more than 700,000 was reduced by a tenth. Alright, when Lilith led her team to Kalen City, they saw such a tragic scene. If she had arrived 2 days later, Kalen City's population would have been reduced by at least half. Of course. When the situation was settled and the victor rose to power, Kalen City would quickly produce a new city lord and nobles, entering the next round of stability. As for the slaves and commoners who died in the chaos, no one cared. The dungeon made up of the exiled was such a world. The one with the biggest fist would take all, and the weak would die, but looking at the smoke rising from the city, looking at the beast men dressed in guards and military uniforms wantonly killing the civilians they were supposed to be protecting, Lilith and the other enforcers of Sulphur Mountain City were enraged. Hence, Lilith directly activated the remnant page clone of the Divine Artifact Original Codex, allowing the Divine Artifact of Law to carry out great judgment on the entire city. Of course, it wouldn't be possible to execute a citywide trial like what I did last time. However, this God Equipment fragment was still a God Equipment, and it was still terrifyingly powerful. Primordial Codex Fragment, Divine Equipment, Faith in Law, 367,999, every 1,000 people's faith will increase by 1 point per week. Maximum increment is 50 points per month. When the accumulated points are full, the remnant page of the main body will be automatically copied, every once in a while. When the God Equipment Primordial Codex had gathered enough faith in law, it would produce a remnant page. It was a part of the God Equipment Primordial Codex of Law, an extension of its will and power. There is a small line of words on the remnant page. The Wu Mian's he never sleeps, his invisible eyes are always watching you. Effect 1, Land of Law, passive. After he is placed in the center of the city will soon become a land of law. Within the area he is in, the enforcers can learn to wield the power of law. Effect 2, Great Judgment, active, requires 100 points of faith in law at one go, and it will consume 1 point every minute thereafter. When the user activates it, everyone in the city will be executed with the judgment spell equivalent to that of a legend-ranked adjudicator, judging the crimes committed in the past 3 hours. If guilty, one will suffer from restriction of freedom, invisible shackles, weapon lock and other negative effects. In Great Judgment, the effects of all enforcers' law incantations will be doubled, and their rank will temporarily increase by 1. Prerequisite: the city's laws are chaotic, villains are running amok, and the city is about to be destroyed. Effect 3, Unknown. A God Equipment is indeed a God Equipment. As long as it is used, it can change the direction of a war. There are many God Equipment that have changed history, even if the remnant page of the Codex is just a replica. When Great Judgment is activated, all of the villains are judged, and a large number of negative effects are hung on them. As for the enforcers, they rise by 1 rank. For a gold rank like Lilith to rise by 1 rank, she becomes a legend rank. This time, in anticipation of the chaos in Chrome City, her Hall of Law, which has the nickname of Logistics Department, is obviously lacking in fighting power. In order to stabilize the situation, I directly transferred the strongest Hall of Law over. The Hall of Law is filled with old fellows who specialize in law. Usually, they are also the judges of the Supreme Court. Most of them have advanced jobs in law. Then, the weakest among them is a gold rank. This time, almost all of the Hall of Law is mobilized. That is more than 200 gold rank and 6 legend rank. That is to say, within 5 hours of Great Judgment, there will be more than 200 legend rank and 6 human saints. It is a pity. If the head of the Hall of Law, Kale, wasn't recuperating at home, if he were to advance from the human saint by another rank, he would be a myth rank that is just a step away from semigod. It would be beneficial for him to advance in the future. But now, there are more than 200 legend rank and 6 human saints. This is already ridiculous. The original city Lord HNG was only at the pinnacle of legend rank. What happens next is simple. Within 5 hours of the faith of law being consumed, all of the villains and murderers are cleaned up. When the red light of sin on their body reaches a certain level, it means that their crime is sufficient to be sentenced to death. Faced with all kinds of ugly crimes, the experts of the Hall of Law don't know what forgiveness is. Thus, Great Judgment becomes a great execution. After the incident, the stench of blood in the entire Chrome Mountain city lingers for 10 days. After being saved from the calamity, the new conquerors are treated as saviors by most of the citizens of Chrome City. Seizing the opportunity of the unstable hearts of the citizens after the battle, the Inquisitors start to work hard to spread law and order. The depleted God equipment pages are also restored by the faith of the citizens who were saved. Even if it is used again, it will be at least 3 months later. This battle is fated to shock the entire underground world. Its influence far surpasses the setbacks of the 2 underground autarchs. After all, back then, the 2 autarchs were facing powerful semigods, and the forbidden spell that judged all the sinners and annihilated the invading army could also be explained as a long-prepared forbidden spell trap. On the other hand, the sudden appearance of the powerful army, the more than 200 legends and 6 human saints, couldn't be explained as having been prepared beforehand. Instead, it was sufficient to show how powerful and strange this new power of law was. I can already imagine what will happen next. Very quickly, the information about the power of law and the law job will spread throughout the entire underground world. Perhaps, the Justice Knight created by my power of law might not be able to take risks like the Holy Knight, able to play a huge role in military formations. However, as the protectors of order and law, when facing villains and protecting the citizens in the city, they will be able to easily display their fighting prowess by several folds. My Inquisitors don't need to go around preaching like a priest, continuously praising the greatness of the holy light and the holiness of the gods of order. They only need to spread the ancient books of law and analyze the various cases, creating simple courts one after another so that sinners will be punished and the grievances of the weak will be upheld. Then, those who benefit from it and those ordinary people who obtain a comfortable life will naturally believe in the law and provide it with the power of faith. My law incantationist will study the combination of law and the power of law, continuously coming up with new law incantations, allowing the power of law and the law job to become even stronger. Power of law? A purely defensive and targeted power. Very quickly, those underground city lords will come to such a conclusion and be tempted. After all, who doesn't want their own territory to be more peaceful and prosperous? Mass production of public security officers who use the power of law to support the security of their own territory. Just thinking about it is a matter that benefits them greatly. Even if the experts of law that are groomed in this way won't fight for them, if they join the invading army and commit war crimes, they will automatically lose their identity as inquisitors and lose the power of law. They can still transfer experts who are originally used for security to fight in wars. Letting these experts of law guard the city, law job is allowed to participate in the defense of the city, wouldn't it be able to increase their overall fighting prowess? The underground world's pursuit of power is endless. Very quickly, after coming to a conclusion, they will send people to learn, seek, and even steal. As for me, not only do I intend to give away the ancient books of law and cultivation techniques for free, I will even choose a relatively friendly city to give away the remnant pages of the god equipment. Whoever wants it can take it. Let me make it clear first, this is a type of defensive power of order that targets sinners. In other words, if the opponent isn't a sinner or their crimes aren't severe, it is far from being comparable to the almighty holy light. Of course, these underground city lords wouldn't give up just because of my warning. Instead, they would go crazy over the limited number of slots for the god equipment. I look forward to the day when they, who have committed many crimes, are sent to the guillotine by their own citizens. Will they remember the words I said when I gave them the power of law? If everything goes smoothly, very quickly, the power of law will spread to every corner of the underground world. Maybe, in a short period of time, 10 to 20 years, there won't be any visible changes. But when the new generation that trains in the power of law rises up, the entire underground world might gradually change. The underground world isn't the end of the power of law. The Holy Church, who has long obtained the books from me, should have already experimented on the surface and obtained good results. They, who yearn for order, will be even more obsessed with the advantages of the power of law in terms of security and judgment. Perhaps, 30 to 40 years later, every city will have a new job that specializes in law. This is my hope and also the most important part of my plan. Now, this is just the beginning of letting the seeds scatter with the wind. I am not anxious, what I have is patience. Maybe, someone will see through my plot. Oh, no, since everything is laid out under the sun, it is more appropriate to call it an open plot. Even if they see through my open plot, the huge benefits will make them swallow this sugar-coated poison. Then, as the power of law takes root and grows, the invisible sword of judgment will hang over the head of the next underground city lord. But, the current me doesn't have the time to consider such things. It was only yesterday that I brought the envoy group and the engineering team to Kalan City. Looking at the ruins, the faces of the citizens are still filled with smiles and hope for the future. Without a doubt, this means that our takeover has won the hearts of the citizens. Thus, even though I trusted her from the start, at this moment, I am even more satisfied with Lilith. In just a few short days, she reorganized the administrative and judicial structures, temporarily holding the authority of the city lord in her hands. Once it is stabilized, she will hand it over to the soon-to-be-established city parliament. As for the judicial power, of course, it will be directly held in the hands of Sulphur Mountain City's Supreme Court, Kalan Branch, turning this city into a land of law. As expected, if one doesn't consider some personal issues, she is one of the rare normal people in the upper echelons of the judicial system. Furthermore, she is the logistics manager of the entire judicial system. Her administrative ability is definitely one of the best. I will have to trouble you to temporarily take over the position of the city lord before the election of the council is completed. Then, are you interested in becoming the head of the branch? The moment I said these words, the faces of the colleagues beside her turn steely. They shake their heads furiously at me behind her back. They aren't afraid that the young Lilith will overtake them, but, Lord, please understand. If I were to become the head of the branch here, I'm afraid that the Sulphur Mountain City headquarters would have problems instead. After all, the other lords are all, I don't need to say the rest. As an in-name disciple of the Saint Marguerite, even if Kale doesn't recuperate, he would still be engrossed in the scrolls, combining laws to research new law incantations. Kevin's presence is too low and his leadership ability is negligible. As for the last one, the head of the 4 Heavenly Kings Law Enforcement Hall, Steel Guard. Looking around, I don't see anyone called Steel Guard here, only a pervert who is currently exchanging his experience of streaking with Eaglestorm. Yes, just like how you can't leave Lord Silver Rose, the 4 halls and 1 court can't leave me for the time being. When saying these words, Lilith is rather proud. Obviously, she treats her previous job as the pride of her life. Indeed, if Elise is my personal logistics manager and external conscience, constantly reminding me not to go overboard, then Lilith is the logistics manager and only conscience of the entire Sulphur Mountain City 4 halls and 1 court, ensuring the stable operation of the massive system. If she isn't around, I'm afraid that there will be a huge problem. Then transfer Kevin over. Find him an assistant in the Hall of Law to help him deal with the administrative affairs. Are the envoys from Karja and Einsterner here? Karja's envoy is already here. Einsterner's envoy will probably arrive in a few days. I nod my head in satisfaction. This is the reason why I must stay in Chrome City. Since I have already offended 2 underground autarchs, then, naturally, I have to greet the other 2 autarchs. As expected, they decisively extended their hand of friendship. Joining the Underground Alliance naturally requires an invitation letter. Wouldn't it be lowering my status if I came knocking on their door? Now, those envoys definitely have the invitation letter I want. Just like the blood feud between the surface elves and the beastmen, the dark elves and the underground beastmen are naturally at odds. The devil's agent and the demon's agent are destined to be enemies. The relationship between the beastman's sovereign show, Karja, and Einsterna is destined to be bad. Molly is an unreliable two-faced person. Even if the enemy of an enemy isn't a friend, there is a possibility of them becoming allies. But, if one were to trust the dark elves who view betrayal and murder as their virtue and really treat the cunning and evil devil as an ally, then it would be equivalent to putting a noose around one's neck and giving the noose to the other party. None of the underground autarchs are easy to deal with. Has the news of the Eternal Night Scepter's appearance spread? As expected, I received an affirmative answer from the other party. Thus, I turned my head to look at the plaza. There, 16 giant goblin mechs are currently nervously being assembled. The engineers from Sulphur Mountain City are working hard to rush the work. Chrome City's outstanding mining industry and grey dwarf blacksmiths will become the strong support of these engineers. At least, due to the rich mineral reserves of this city, the metal quality of these big fellows is far better than the original, making them much sturdier and more durable. In the underground world, no one listens to the words of the weak. If the weak have a treasure and no one snatches it, then it can only mean that the treasure is fake. Then, if we want to put on a show, then let's go all the way. Before the envoy from Einsterna arrives, let's finish building our treasure protection team. Right, is this toy really safe? This is the third time you have asked me today. Rose said that he has already gone through 17 revisions on the blueprint and it is definitely safe. In theory. Are you talking about it in theory again? I was afraid that they would revise it too much. They are always dissatisfied with the blueprint and would try to incorporate their own unique skills and secret arts into the product to claim that it is perfect. Last time, there was a goblin who revised his shaver and blew up the barbershop. 2 days ago, I asked those bastards who caused trouble once more and found out about a blind spot that they had neglected. Back then, although they were all surrounding the giant mech, in reality, they were all fighting on their own. No one bothered with that giant mech anymore. Then, how did it get destroyed? I understand. I will immediately get Ro and Mia to revise it for the 18th time. That's right, that large machine wasn't destroyed. Instead, it had self-destructed just as I had expected. Speaking of which, I feel that those bastards who were punished deserved it more and more. You actually forgot your original goal in the middle of the fight. Right, can you get them to change their names? I'm really panicking with this name. Lined up in front of me are Roland number 3, Roland number 4, all the way to Roland number 18. These Rolands that could explode at any moment, how can I, Lick Roland, not be panicked? About that, I have mentioned it a few times, but the goblins and dwarfs insisted on using the inventor's name, saying that it is a tradition. Those pilots are also adamant about it and it is impossible to change it. Pilots? Those pilots selected from the Dark Elves? They don't have any reason to insist on it. Don't they hate Lick Roland? They do hate him. But they say that sitting in Roland is like sitting in the body of their enemy. Looking at the name Roland painted in pink, they think of their dowry and treasures that were destroyed twice, giving them endless motivation. They will never forget their vow to catch that bastard, no matter where he escapes to, no matter what he disguises himself as. Lord, why are you squatting down? Are you uncomfortable? No, I just feel that we need to reduce our size. They are so tall, they probably can't see us clearly. Chapter 36. The first thing that starts is a bud. As the rain falls, the silver bud starts to grow. Its branches and leaves start to spread and the silver leaves start to unfurl, blooming towards the sky. Then, the flower bud starts to wake up. She starts to stretch her body. Pieces of gauze start to spread out, turning into pieces of beautiful petals. The long growth period is completed in a few seconds. Unfortunately, what is blooming is not a real rose, but an ice rose on the girl's fingertips. Ice style, rose garden. She gently crushed the branches of the rose, letting the leaves and petals go with the wind. Under the calm words, there was a naked killing intent. Behind Eliza was a garden of silver roses, and a few seconds ago, it was an empty space without a single soul. Every rose is exquisite and perfect. Every root, every leaf is slightly trembling and breathing, as if they are really alive. Just the silver ice material, without a doubt, shows that this is the product of magic. Then, the wind starts to blow. No, the air is still calm. It's just that the roses look like they are being blown by the wind. Countless rose petals fly with the wind and return to the wind, turning into sharp blades that move with the wind. Killing intent, dancing with the rose. That seemingly beautiful scene was actually a deadly trap. There was no wind at all, and those rose petals that seemed to move with the wind were, in fact, blades of frost controlled by mags. Every ice rose petal looks soft, but it is actually extremely sharp. Its sharpness can cut through heavy armor. All of the ice blades are pointed at one target. That is a fiery red giant egg. Countless ice petals attack this giant egg, but unfortunately, the moment they get close to the egg, they are instantly vaporized. But Eliza does not give up. With a flick of her finger, the other 3 roses bloom in the air. Then, they crazily absorb ice magic to strengthen themselves. The petals start to condense magic crystals and the branches with ice crystals start to mature and grow. It seems that she is preparing to gather magic to make it big. Aya, she was forced to use her little nirvana so quickly. Your Eliza is really not simple. Compared to the immature and, she is simply overwhelming. Did you teach her this? How beautiful. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. However, if I'm not wrong, her killing intent is serious. Do you really want to kill Anne? With Little Red's eyesight, how could she be mistaken? She was only saying that to embarrass me. I shook my head. I knew what she meant. How could my ice magic be so precise? No. You know that my understanding of magic is very simple and crude. Gather your magic power to destroy it. If you can't destroy it, extract more magic power to destroy it. If you still can't destroy it, blast its outer shell a few more times, then concentrate your firepower to destroy its core. To be honest, your declaration back then left Marguerite and I speechless. Your understanding of mana stopped at the level of a cannon, your understanding of elemental mana stopped at the level of a cannon, your understanding of elemental mana stopped at the level of different colors, and your control of elemental mana was so crude and bold, completely ignoring the nature and attributes of elemental mana. I really can't understand how you became a semigod necromancer. With the system's cheat, as long as my power is up to the mark, realms aren't a problem. Alright, I won't say such a big truth. People's talents tend to have preferences. My outstanding talent in the power of order, holy light and law are both lower concepts of the power of order, and my talent in swordsmanship allowed me to easily become an ace holy knight. After that, when I changed to become a dark mage, I wasn't able to learn dark magic well. However, necromancy is a lower concept of the power of chaos, yet I was able to learn it well. This means that my talent in the power of chaos isn't bad, which is already hard to come by. As for elemental magic that requires meticulous control, is there anything wrong with concentrating magic power to blast it? The simpler it is, the purer and more powerful it is. Back then, the Ice Eon that I invented is a powerful forbidden spell that left its mark in history. Although its principle is still to concentrate magic power to blast it, the amount of magic power used is a little ridiculous. Elemental magic originated from the ancient elemental gods. Logically speaking, it should belong to the Chaos faction. However, due to its outstanding destructive power and low learning requirements, it has already become one of the mainstream magic of the two factions. TMPH, the common people's understanding of elemental magic is going astray. Alright, don't look at me like that. I know that I suck in this aspect. You are a master of wind and fire, a publicly acknowledged expert of fire. Don't bully a little ice apprentice like me. No, you don't have to belittle yourself. Although your minor magic is terrible, due to the purity of your magic power and the large amount of reserves, major forbidden spells are indeed terrifying. However, your disciple is obviously walking the opposite path from you. Her magic control is so high that she can carve leaf patterns on an ice rose. The idea of the rose blade is also not bad, but being too exquisite makes it easy to break. It seems that she has gone overboard. After all, she is a fire element half-demon. Even though she has studied ice magic for close to 100 years, the amount of ice magic she has accumulated is still limited. You should know that the ice incantations I have here are major magic spells. Although they aren't difficult to grasp, the requirements on the amount of magic power required is especially high. Since she isn't able to learn high-level and forbidden spells, she has to work hard on minor ice modeling spells that I am not proficient in. However, from the looks of it, the effects aren't bad. While chatting with Little Red from time to time, we are also keeping our guard up. We are prepared to make a move at any time to prevent any accidents from happening to the two of us. Originally, and had intended to go out to accumulate battle experience. After knowing that Eliza is also a gold pinnacle mage, and challenged her. The scene in front of us is also within her expectations. Although both of them are at gold pinnacle, the 100 years of experience and accumulation allows Eliza to have an overwhelming advantage. Very quickly, she forced Anne into a little nirvana state where she has no choice but to hide. With a snap of her fingers, 3 silver roses that have accumulated a sufficient amount of magic power explode. The fragments are as sharp as the edge of a blade, spinning as they shoot towards the giant egg. Ayo ayo ayo. Without waiting for the ice shards to strike, following a series of howls, the giant flaming egg directly dispersed. The scattered flames first turned into rings of fire that scattered in all directions. Then, at the same time, they darted into the sky and turned into a 3-meter-wide firebird. Little Nirvana absorbs energy and accumulates it. After accumulating energy to the maximum, it explodes with a phoenix slash. This is Adam's standard shameless tactic. The temperature of Anne's body in the form of a firebird can easily melt ice. It is too obvious that the elements are mutually exclusive. Looks like your disciple Eliza is going to lose. However, I just smile. I won't lose. Why don't we bet on something? For example, that set of ruby protection jewelry in your treasury? Little Red smiles. I'm not betting. After so many years, have you ever lost a bet with stakes? I tried my best to recall, but I really haven't lost much before. Without a 100% chance of winning, I naturally wouldn't bet. Even if I am forced into the game, I will definitely cheat. Even if I really lose, I will probably go back on my words. Little Red resolves not to bet. However, the scene in front of her makes her feel a little regretful. The firebird flew to the highest point, released a loud screech, and then began to dive down to attack. At the same time, Eliza didn't stop. However, in front of the high-temperature firebird, countless ice spikes, ice spears, and icicles turned into water in the raging flames before they could even touch it. Facing the danger in front of her, Eliza is as calm as usual. She twirls her hands in the air and the water vapor that she had prepared earlier instantly condenses. Countless ice threads tightly bind the firebird. You can't bind Anne. Following Anne's declaration and exertion of strength, more and more ice threads are melted. Eliza continuously weaves new ice threads to strengthen the seal on the firebird. At this moment, it has reached the crucial moment of the contest of strength. This is a symphony of fire and ice, a dance between two young girls. When Eliza successfully weaves a huge net and completely seals and within, another familiar cry of a phoenix echoes. The flames scatter in all directions before gathering back into a firebird that dives down once again. Second Nirvana? Little and is a quick learner. This time, the invisible net of water vapor had been used up, and Eliza had no way to stop it. Since the interception spell was ineffective, Eliza had nowhere to retreat to when faced with and who was charging at her at high speed. The mage has been closed in by the warrior. Eliza has lost. I should have bet with you. Are you bluffing again? No, if you bet with me this time, you'll definitely lose. Little Red still wanted to ask something, but the next scene caused her to cry out in alarm. Facing the swooping firebird, Eliza actually took a deep breath and spread her arms, ready to reach out to catch it. That firebird's attack is the blessing of the phoenix. She's looking for death. Little Red was about to enter the arena to end this duel, but I pulled her back. Don't underestimate Eliza. ZZT 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 ZZT. That was the sound of meat being cooked on a metal plate. Both of her hands were probably cooked. However, Eliza seemed to be oblivious to it. She threw away her staff, sucked in her stomach and puffed out her chest. Retracting her right arm, she threw a punch. Dang! When this punch landed, the sound of an iron hammer striking a bell was actually heard. In the midst of the shaking, the firebird's elemental shell scattered, revealing the red-haired girl who turned her head around. What followed after was a one-sided crushing, mount entanglement, standing throw, arm-hugging leg hook, metal plate throw, neck twisting, hell's reincarnation. Aren't these your weird fighting techniques? Please call him mage protection technique. This is a precious fighting technique from another world. Calling it a wrestling technique isn't wrong either. At this moment, Anne's arms were already pinned down by a cross, so she could only slap the ground and beg for mercy. The outcome has been decided, Eliza won. So that's how it is, a half-demon? What a terrifying brute force. Yeah, this brute force is enough to wrestle with a semi-dragon. You haven't seen her clean before. With just a light lift, she can lift the entire sofa, and then calmly take away the money hidden underneath as the wages she owes. Alright, it seems like she accidentally self-destructed something again. But at this moment, this isn't the main point. She still hasn't had the chance to show off her combination of steel wire and ice wire in close combat. Did you forget that she is also a fire attribute half-demon? Her resistance to fire damage is shockingly high. Coupled with the hostile ice magic and outstanding close combat ability, she is simply Anne's natural enemy. You seem to be very proud. Of course I'm proud. My disciple defeated Adam's disciple. Although she did have the advantage of the element restriction, doesn't this mean that my teaching ability is better than Adam's? She is the disciple of you and Marguerite. Finally, Lilith, who had been watching the entire battle from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Lady Rose's messenger has been waiting for 2 days. May I know when Lord will be meeting her? There's no hurry. Dark elves are all lowly wretches. Even if you talk to them nicely, they won't listen. Let her go for 2 days first. Let her understand her situation first. Hearing this, even though it is obvious that she is slandering their own race, Diana and Yoren, who were on the same side as Lilith, nodded their heads furiously. I heard that the one who came is the matriarch of a mid-tier family, so she won't interact obediently. In my opinion, we have to let her go for half a month first. This isn't the first time I have come into contact with dark elf nobles and I am quite experienced. If these female nobles are Rose's priestess, it will be even more difficult to deal with. In the eyes of Priestess Rose and the dark elf matriarch, males of all races can only be divided into 2 types, domestic slaves with a master and wild slaves without a master. I don't even need to meet her to know that the ambassador will speak in a tone of charity, choking me to death the moment she opens her mouth. Males, may the light shine upon your head, this is the most vicious curse of the dark elves. Our goddess has decreed that you must. Basically, negotiating with the dark elves often becomes a one-sided order from them. It's fine if you agree to it, but if you don't, they will start a war. 99% of the time, this weird diplomatic method doesn't work. However, the dark elves don't need diplomatic methods. Most of the time, they will just attack you directly. If they can negotiate with you, it means that they have already promised you their strength. At the very least, it isn't worth it to fight. I can guarantee that even now, the dark elves still think that we owe them a favor. Why? Back then, when the 2 underground autarchs attacked us, they didn't hit us while we were down or backstab us. In the dark elves' strange values, not taking advantage of us is already a great act of kindness. Right now, it is more like a test. If the arrogant messenger still received preferential treatment, it naturally means that you are begging them again. Then, even more terrible conditions will come. Thus, negotiating with the dark elves requires a lot of time and patience. Whoever takes the initiative to negotiate first will be at a disadvantage right from the start. However, if we are comparing patience, I am very patient. It would be best to wait for the last messenger of the underground autarchs to arrive so that we can negotiate together. At this moment, on the other side of the empty space, A group of dark elf justice knight runs past. They are wearing only a thin layer of clothing and barefoot. Yet, they are carrying their own heavy plate armor on their back. Shouting a ferocious chant, they pass by us. Doesn't the scene in front of us seem a little familiar? Back then, this is how I punished Diana. Looking at my questioning gaze, Diana says embarrassedly. That punishment was tough, but after reaching my limit, I realized that my strength had a breakthrough. This kind of barefoot marching is very effective in training one's willpower and squeezing out the limits of one's stamina. Thus, I popularized this training method in the team. 2 of my comrades who were stuck at the pinnacle of silver rank broke through to gold rank after a bath. There seems to be some gratitude in those beautiful eyes. However, I don't feel any joy. Instead, I ask worriedly. I'm not asking about that. Your slogan, that, 1, 2, 1, 2, train hard, 3, 4, 3, capture Roland, 5, 6, 5, 6, stew the Lich, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, save the dowry. That was made up by the little lass Momo to remind us to pay attention to the target in front of us. Forget about the others, but dowry? Are you in such a hurry to get married? Then why did you reject the pursuit of the knight lad in the city? Oh, you misunderstood. The dowry here is our customary term. You see, we dark elves don't have the same concept of marriage as other races. We all want to find a partner. Don't we all marry a man? In our custom, dowry is equivalent to money to marry a man. It is equivalent to your so-called hidden wealth. Speechless, I shake my head. I respect the customs of other races, so I will reluctantly accept it. However, isn't Roland? Before they can finish their words, the faces of the 2 dark elf team leaders turn cold, twice. Our home, the salary and belongings that we saved up with much difficulty. Lord, this is the only thing we can't give up on. We have to give our sisters an explanation. All right, there's no need to say anything else. Looks like I am definitely going to be the scapegoat. Chapter 37. The Shilluor Empire is made up of the Shilluor Swamp, the Great Wastelands of Katia, and the Baikal Highlands. The terrain is complex, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Actually, to put it more accurately, it is a place where the living can't live. The Death Swamp, the uninhabited desert, and the extreme cold highlands. The 3 forbidden areas of life form the living's hell and the undead's paradise. However, not many people know that in this world of magic, the harsh natural environment isn't invincible. In the depths of the Great Swamp, there is an area where it is like spring all year round. The vegetation is lush and the scenery is picturesque. That is the capital of the Shilluor Empire, Shilluor, and the Jila administrative district around it. Even though this is a miraculous territory, it requires a large amount of time and effort. The soul towers in the border areas are always shining with the radiance of soul and arcane magic. The flood of white bones that represented death in the past is now the countless undead laborers who work hard to cultivate the land. As long as it is an intelligent life form, even the high-level undead who loathe the living would still maintain their sense of beauty. No one likes their home to be a pile of ruins and dirty swamps. The undying undead never lack time and labor. While the people of the world still think that this is a hell, quietly, this place has gradually changed. The capital of the Shilluor Empire, Shilluor, has close to 1 million intelligent undead who are silver rank and above. The living who are slaves are 20 million, and the number of low-level, low-intelligence undead is simply uncountable. The scenery in the city is beautiful, and the infrastructure is complete. The underground network and the transportation network made up of airships are abnormally developed. If one only looks at the scale and design of the city, the luxurious Ottoman Empire can't even compare to half of Shilluor. One of the sculptures on the main road might be an heirloom of some kingdom that has been passed down for thousands of years. This is the foundation of the undead empire that has destroyed countless kingdoms. In a luxurious mansion in Siro City, the 7th senator of the empire, Spider Marquis Reinhard, was dealing with government affairs. As one of the strongest Death Knight in the empire, he was also the nominal commander and instructor of the Death Knight group. However, in the eyes of the people of the empire, he always wore the loose clothes of a scholar, presenting himself as a cultured and refined scholar. But those who truly understood him would know that he was a ferocious beast that couldn't be tamed the moment he entered the battlefield. He once disobeyed orders from his superiors and fought for 17 days and nights to destroy an entire kingdom in one fell swoop. The so-called recorder of history and refined scholar general were probably nothing more than an amateur hobby and disguise on the battlefield. However, right now, the eternal captain of Emperor Yunye, the chariot of death that would go mad the moment he boarded the chariot of death, was deep in thought over the 2 pieces of intelligence in his own mansion. His handsome face was ashen, as if he had run into a great conundrum. Lionheart, why do you look so bitter? Those long ears in the west are starting to cause trouble again? Or did the barbarians from the north come down the mountain? If there are such interesting matters, then let me share your worries. A cold and lazy female voice sounded from outside the door. Even though it was a question, there was a strange teasing and joy in her words, as though she was excited about the rise of war. Lord Grey. Sin, there is no war, so don't try to start one. I have said it many times, the wariness of the living towards us has reached a critical point. To the current empire, a meaningless war isn't a good thing. TSK, then why did you call me here today? You know that I am only interested in war. Could it be that the group of Liches from the parliament are too bored to find something to do? Let's talk about the diplomatic issue from the last time. Go and find the other senators. I, the 4th senator, the empire's duke, Bone Dragon Queen Grey. Sin, have no interest in those things. Just by looking at her appearance, she is a cold and tall female elf. Her long silver hair reaches her waist and her pale white skin gives off a strange sense of beauty. Her red, black and grey long dress drags on the ground. The part of her appearance that leaves the deepest impression is her eyes. Those black and white pupils are like black holes that are sucking in light. It seems like there is something, but at the same time, it seems like there is nothing at all. The Shiluo Empire's system is probably the strangest in the entire world. It is an empire, but it doesn't have an emperor. The real power lies in the hands of the 12 senators. It has a Dark Knight Council formed by the Liches to manage the affairs of the empire, but they only have the right to make suggestions to the 12 senators. To put it simply, there was a group of undead lords, senators, who wielded military power that made it impossible for the Dark Knight Council to deal with them. However, the senators were also unable to deal with the united power of the Liches. Without an undead emperor with the highest authority in the world, both sides could only go their own way and not interfere with each other. This was how this strange system was forcefully created. Of course, there are also senators who are close to the parliament. Even the chairman of the parliament, Feyman, is the 2nd senator. In fact, there are a few senators who are close to the parliament. The proposal to abolish the senators would be brought up in the parliament every year, but it is a pity that as long as they don't want to start a civil war, this proposal is destined to fail. On the other hand, Grey, Sin and Lionheart are both senators who aren't close to the parliament. Furthermore, they are the minority within the senators. Most of the senators have their eyes on the highest authority, while they are the royalty faction who believe that Emperor Yunye will return one day. This is an obviously idealistic idea. Although it is supported by the veterans from the Emperor's era, it is too unrealistic, making it hard for them to grow in the undead race, which is getting more and more realistic. As time passes, more and more of their companions turn to other factions. Not long ago, the royalty faction, which once had 4 senators, split up once again. One of the 4 heavenly kings under the emperor, the corpse-eating ghost King Dekars, turned to the parliament faction, causing this minority faction to suffer a heavy blow. Being the boss faction, most of the senators, the parliament faction, headed by the 2nd senator, the ideal royalty faction and the living foolishly faction. These are probably the biggest factions in the Shiluo Empire. It might sound complicated, but compared to the hundreds of factions in the human empire, in this country with tens of millions of intelligent people, the undead are already simple enough. Furthermore, most of the undead directly state their goals, waiting for the emperor's return. With the parliament in power, I will be the boss. Dang doesn't mind who becomes the boss. Dang only cares about eating. If I become the boss, I will start a new undead calamity. To the nobles who are used to beating around the bush, this is simply inconceivable. Now, The two big shots of the royalty faction are meeting in broad daylight. Probably, all kinds of rumors and information will be flying around. But at this moment, facing Grey Sin's questioning, Lionheart didn't even raise his head, only throwing out a sentence. There is news of the Eternal Night Scepter. Grey Sin is stunned for a moment before her face is filled with shock. Didn't you say that there is no need for the existence of the Eternal Night Scepter? Aren't those works of yours meant to scare people? Yes, based on my previous judgment, His Majesty most probably treats it as a joke. Furthermore, it is a joke filled with malice. The reason why I wrote those things is to divert the attention of those ambitious people who are vying for the throne into finding the wooden scepter which they might never find. Lionheart raises his head, his eyebrows are twisted together and his expression is filled with all sorts of emotions. There is joy, anger, reminiscence, unease. A few days ago, I received 2 reports regarding the underground world. One of them is regarding the Eternal Night Scepter. However, I suggest that you take a look at the other one first. Grey Sin snatches it over, but, I thought that it is some important report, isn't this a travel brochure? Lionheart, are you intending to go on a holiday? You even intend to invite me along? I'm sorry, you are a good person, but other than the Emperor, I am not interested in other dead people. He is already used to his colleagues being unreliable. Compared to the other 2 heavenly kings, this Bone Dragon Queen who always thinks too much is considered easy to deal with. Silently keeping the good person card, Lionheart says solemnly, "Please take a closer look. Death Crown Undead Theme Park and Ghost Festival Tourism Week. Enjoy a journey filled with darkness and death. Free entrance fee for the first 30 days. What is this? Is this another boring plan suggested by a fool? Boring, I am a little interested in a war theme park. But for Undead Theme Park and Ghost Festival, don't we have them every day? Please take a closer look. Sulphur Mountain City. Oh, Adam Han has finally gone mad. Congratulations. Please take a closer look." Even the patient Lionheart can't stand the weird thoughts of the Bone Dragon Queen. His tone is filled with helplessness and pleading. Looking at the steely face of her little brother, Grey Sin finally becomes a little more serious. Just as she flips to the second page, she is stunned. It is a realistic poster. On it, there are quite a few undead dressed in weird clothes parading the streets. Some of them are beating gongs and drums while some are singing and dancing. But if it was just that, why would Grey Sin be frightened? At this moment, she only knows that she is pointing at a corner of the painting with her mouth wide open. The image of the undead lord is completely gone. That skeleton dog who is dressed in all sorts of colors and is covered with peacock feathers is trying his best to stand on his hands. Below him is a green-colored ball. This is a cute pet-pushing game. However, it seems that his balance isn't that good. If he isn't careful, he would slip and the artist just happens to capture the moment when he falls. Ah! It's Boss Bustian, the head of the most ferocious and strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, the demonic void dog Bustian. Lionheart had already covered his ears in advance, but he still felt dizzy from the Bone Dragon Queen's banshee-like screams. This ancient Bone Dragon Queen's singing voice had long been known as the Throat of Death. It's so King awful. I authorize you to beat her to death if she dares to open her throat and sing, by a certain emperor. At this moment, even Lionheart can understand the death scream of the other party. When he first saw this painting, he wasn't any better than him. Demonic void dog Bustian, the leader of the Red Hunting Hound army of the Emperor of Yungia, the deputy chief commander of the entire Yungia army and the head of the 4 heavenly kings. There are a lot of such titles, but publicly, he is the strongest and most ferocious undead lord. He once destroyed countless armies and kingdoms by himself, leaving only ruins wherever he went. Furthermore, he is the most trusted and relied on general of Emperor Yungia. He and the other armies under him should have been destroyed in that battle. Now that he suddenly appeared, and in such a cute appearance, it naturally gave Grey Sin quite a fright. I can't be wrong. That tail is strangely twisted, and the scratches on its head. Most importantly, it has 2 left legs on its upper limbs and 2 right legs on its lower limbs. It's impossible for other skeleton dogs to look like this. That's right. Other than Lord Bastet, I can't think of anyone else who would remove all 4 limbs before going to sleep, and then randomly reattach them after waking up. Front leg, back leg, left leg, right leg, and so on. Then, when walking, all 4 limbs would move freely, spinning around. The head of the 4 heavenly kings who should have been dead suddenly appeared. What does it mean? Grey. Sin is shocked. Happiness comes too easily, but she also feels a little guilty. Could it be that the artist casually drew it? No, look at the back. Flipping the back, it is a skeleton general with 18 arms. At this moment, the weapons in his hands aren't swords stained with blood but wooden poles with spinning plates hanging on them. At the back, there is even an accepted note: Master of Miscellany DY will perform extreme skills for you, spinning 18 plates at the same time. Squinting her eyes, Grey. Sin looks at it for a long time but isn't able to see anything. It doesn't seem like anything. It is just a fellow who knows how to spin plates. When skeleton generals are promoted, they can choose to have an additional pair of arms to wield weapons. However, the soul has its own limits. Too many weapons will only distract them and they will only hurt themselves. A normal skeleton general is able to control 4 weapons, a top-notch weapon master is able to control 8, an undead lord is able to control 12, and there is one who can control 16. He is Lord Bustian's subordinate, Red Huntinghound's chief instructor, Greatsword Saint DYPHY. Looks like he has improved once again. DYPHY? DYPHY? This fake name is too insincere. And this one? This is a headless knight who uses his own head to play polo. Aside, an exciting competition that you have never seen before. Comisia, that idiot. Damn Baldai. Damn cross-eyed, even if you turn into ashes, I would still recognize you. Yes, the Titan wrestler, the most terrifying fearless vanguard, Red Huntinghound's vice leader, Lord Comisia. And this? That is a Lich who is rubbing his hands together. At this moment, his face is filled with smiles and he is carrying a bag of pale green potions. Aside, a delicious drink that you have never tasted before. Created by the alchemist master DYPHY for you, it is your favorite to strengthen your body. That alchemist symbol and that strange hat. The tyrant of Plague Karka. The potion that she created is something that even the undead wouldn't dare to drink. As for the living, Pui, they will definitely be strengthened after drinking it. However, I hope that they still remember what they look like and can try to restore their original appearance in the future. And this, and this. The legendary bone dragon who acts as a mount and commentator, the queen of the Lamia who does belly dances, the great witch who sets up a divination stall. I roughly understand it now. Yes, my intelligence agent has already disguised himself as a tourist and went on a tour once. He even obtained a commemorative badge for the 9th tourist. Looks like the business is terrible. He has also confirmed that the characters in the painting are real, which means Grey. Sin stands up abruptly and her strange eyes are filled with surprise. Which means that the Emperor is still around. Yes, only the Emperor would be able to make these ace soldiers dress up like this, and only the Emperor would be able to make Boss obediently play with a ball. This is just my initial guess. There are too many suspicious points about the matter back then. Why would the Red Hunting Hounds of the Royal Guards suddenly leave His Majesty and head over 1,000 miles away? Why would the armies of the other 3 heavenly kings suddenly be moved to the periphery of the war zone and thus escape the calamity of the civil war? Perhaps, the underground world will give us the answer. Following which, the news regarding the Eternal Night Scepter that should have been shocking becomes less important in the eyes of the 2 of them because of the small travel booklet. I want to go to the underground world immediately. That darned Decas. He was promoted step by the Emperor from a weak Gaul to his current position. Back then, you were shouting for revenge so loudly and I thought that you were the most loyal. In the end, after persevering for 100 years, you still betrayed us. When the Emperor and Boss return, let's see how they deal with you. After hesitating for a moment, Lionheart says softly, actually, there are some suspicious points about Lord Decas' betrayal. 10 years ago, when the news of Adam Han came, when the proposal for revenge was blocked in the council and we didn't support him, Didn't he go to Sulphur Mountain City alone to seek revenge against Adam? We thought that he would never return. Yes, no one expected that not only did he return, he even held a few arena tournaments excitedly. We were all happy that he had thought things through. Then, in the blink of an eye, he defected to the council faction. Perhaps, this is the biggest suspicious point. His Majesty had praised Decas as his most loyal dog many times. This might sound like an insult, but you should know that the Emperor has a special love for dogs. Decas has always treated this nickname as the highest honor, and it is a nickname exclusive to His Majesty. That's right. Back then, when he wanted to use the weird name Night Hounds to replace the army code Night Winter Wolves, it is fortunate that you stopped him. It is a pity that the Royal Guards still used the Red Hunting Hounds in the end. Even though the Pink Queen Squad sounds nice too. Cough. A light cough turns into slander in his heart. Your taste in naming is as weird as His Majesty's. In addition to that fatal throat of death, this is the reason why His Majesty chose Lord Bustion and not you to be the captain of the Royal Guards. Of course, he won't say these words out loud. I believe in His Majesty's foresight. Since he trusts Decas so much, then, Decas should be trustworthy. Perhaps, Lord Decas met something in the underground world or someone gave him instructions. As they say this, their gaze turns towards the travel brochure on the table. I will set off now. I am unable to leave Shilluor, so I can only rely on you. The underground world will definitely not be peaceful now. If even us ignorant warlords, the derogatory name of the council, can receive news of the Eternal Night Scepter, those fellows who have been searching for it for a century will definitely come out in full force. Lord Grey. Sin, please focus on finding that person. If I didn't guess wrongly, this scepter might be a trap set by that person. Grey. Sin isn't someone who doesn't listen to advice. This little brother isn't one of the 4 heavenly kings, but with his loyalty and wisdom to the Emperor, he walked step by step to the core of the royal faction. His advice is very useful to an old fellow like me, so naturally I have to respect it. Right, please bring Lord Ardang along. If my guess isn't wrong, since that person intends to stir up trouble, then, he should be looking forward to reuniting with Lord Ardang. Are you sure? Alright, I understand, I will bring him along. Carnivore Ardang, the final boss of the royal faction, the 12th senator. Actually, as a giant abomination, his intelligence isn't considered high. But in terms of individual fighting prowess, there isn't a single undead in the entire Shilluor who dares to challenge this weakling who isn't fit to become an undead lord and senator. Ardang's intelligence isn't high, but after the departure of the Emperor, he has always listened to his elder brothers and sisters. As long as Grey Sin speaks, he would even tear apart the Parliament building and beat up the Lich councillor who slandered the Emperor. Looking at the leaving Grey Sin, Lionheart stands up. Looking at the prosperous scenery outside the window, he falls into deep thought and reminiscence. Those are the teachings of the Emperor, little Lionheart. It isn't cute to only know how to fight and kill. You won't be able to last long as a thug. If you only know how to charge around, you will be treated as an idiot. It is better for you to read more books and become a proper professional. Right, do you like history? I have always believed that reading history will make one more intelligent, so you should read more history books when you have the time. Recalling that pair of warm hands, which had been beautified in the memory, and that gentle, knowledgeable and caring voice, which had also been beautified, the Emperor's former attendant, little Reinhard, who was now the observer of history, was also trying to read history to understand the present. He was using his eyes to look past the shackles of time. You are always looking at history books and worrying at night, as though the calamities that destroyed the eras might descend at any moment. I am unable to understand those strange deduced notes. Goddess of Order. Grim Reaper Ale. Chain Reaction. Butterfly Effect. Your Majesty, what exactly did you see? What kind of despair would make you choose to abandon everything and start anew? Who? Come out. After a roar, a familiar smiling face appears outside the door. That is Grey Sin, who has returned. Little brother Lionheart, it is better to lower your voice when you talk to yourself. If not, if it were to spread out, outsiders would think that you are crazy. Did you hear? No, I only came back to inform you of one thing. I didn't hear anything else. Looking at the Bone Dragon Queen, who is trying her best to act dumb, Lionheart smiles in annoyance. She and Dang are the people he trusts the most in this dangerous country. Inform me of what? In the future, I will not be called Grey. Sin, I will be called Grier. Don't get it wrong. Upon hearing this, Lionheart felt strange. Why, you have been called Grey. Sin for thousands of years. Why did you suddenly change your name? It can't be that you listened to those fortune tellers in the alley. They are all ignorant scammers. No, it is just a small problem that I have to change my name. Inconceivable. Who would be able to make a first-tier duke come senator of the empire change your name? Previously, didn't the Senate reorganize the aristocratic system and inheritance of the entire country? They suddenly realized that my name is unable to be displayed on the magic network, nor is it able to be printed out. Thus, they suggested for me to change my name. Unable to be displayed? Why? It is because of the problem with the Grey. Sin in Grey. Sin. It is said that in a certain remote mountainous region, Grey. Sin is a nickname for certain females with a unique sexual orientation. Previously, when the system was upgraded, the organization in charge of the magic network, for the sake of civilization creation points, blocked the forbidden words. Now, the magic network automatically marks all the forbidden words with XX. Thus, if I insist on being called Grey Sin, in the future, my nameplate will show the Empire's first-tier Duke, 4th Senator GEXX. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Left with no choice, I can only change my name to Grier. Don't get it wrong in the future. Can you be even more ridiculous than that? You are a senator of the Empire, yet you changed your name for such a strange reason? Isn't your dignity and pride crying? Alright, it is said that the main reason is that a certain will of the universe is too lazy to mark the middle of my name, thus, I was renamed. Chapter 38. Underground City Vicaston, in the language of the goblins, is known as the Platinum City. Its geographical location is very unique. It is located in the middle of a few active volcanic rocks, a city within a rock. The never-ending river of lava separates this city from the surrounding areas. The only way to enter the floating castle is through the spiral staircase beneath the city. If one were to meet with an enemy, as long as one blocks the spiral staircase or simply fills it with water or poisonous smoke, it would be basically cut off from the outside world. Behind the walls of this city, there is actually an exit that leads to the surface, allowing it to operate as a middleman between the surface and the underground world. This gives it the option of advancing or retreating in the face of danger. In the underground world, safety is far more valuable than anything else. Very quickly, it attracted countless merchants to settle down here, and it became one of the trading centers far and wide. Other than the goblins who still insist on using its original name, the other races usually refer to it as Vitan. Vitan City's outstanding geographical location, a terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack, made this city the true golden city of the underground world. The goblins who discovered and built it earned a huge sum of money. Of course, in the underground world, not having the strength to possess treasures and wealth is also the biggest sin. The cliff on the ground is unable to defend against the dagger behind one's back and the breath of a flying dragon. After a series of schemes and calculations, the first batch of goblin founders disappeared in the wind. Now, there is no city lord here, and it is the most famous masterless neutral city. The reason? It is because the structure of the city is too complicated. Every underground city lord has their own forces, and whoever becomes the city lord might be killed the next day. Thus, this place became a strange masterless zone. Keep a public path to the top, a place to trade and communicate with other cities. The underground city lords and underground autarchs who have tasted the sweetness of the benefits formed a consensus. This is also the reason why Vitan City is the place where the Underground Alliance was established. After all, if they were to form an alliance in the territory of the Dark Elves, the Grey Dwarfs and Beast Men would be unhappy. If they were to form an alliance in the territory of the Beast Men, the Elves, Dwarfs, and Humans would not accept it. If they were to form an alliance in the Dragon City, they would first need a pair of wings. If they were to form an alliance in a trading city like the Goblins, Due to the high entrance fees and accommodation fees, everyone would be unhappy. The ownerless Vance naturally becomes the only choice. A week ago, after the shocking entrance into the city, the news of the 17 giant metal titans and the eternal night scepter that he escorted had spread throughout the entire underground city. Sulphur Mountain City's young city lord and also started to gain some fame. But now, I was wearing a long robe and a cloak, wandering around this city that had many similarities to Sulphur Mountain. The reason why Vance City is similar to Sulphur Mountain City is that it is one of the few cities where many races live together. Similarly, there aren't any so-called underground nobles, and both of them are famous and prosperous trading cities. However, in my eyes, they are two completely different places. Other than the undead, who are neighbors that are too hard to accept, most of the races in Sulphur Mountain City live together. In a small shop, in a patrol squad, in a barber shop, it is possible that every member is of a different race. In Sulphur Mountain City, the equality between the races has already become a habit. Slaves and the like are completely unacceptable. In this city, the slave trade is extremely developed. There is even a specialized slave market and a slave arena. Although there are many races here, there is a clear division between the races. Not to mention that they don't interfere with each other, the barriers between the races are strict and they fight in the dark. For example, the two humans who were dragged into the Beastmen district by the Wolf Riders just now, they probably won't be able to come out ever again. This should be the Elf district. Only they would be so free. Elves are publicly acknowledged as a race of art. Their pursuit of beauty and art is endless. The exiled Dark Elves are the same as well. However, if one were to say that they only have exquisite carvings on their buildings, sculptures and paintings, then one would be underestimating them. The huge rocks hanging from the ceiling of the cliff in front of me are carved into the likeness of a beautiful woman. That expression of wanting to reject yet welcoming, those curled lips, those seductive curves that can't be covered by her arms always reminds me of certain matters that aren't suitable for children. Uncle Bones, look at this sword, it's so beautiful. Since it is a private visit, naturally, I wouldn't bring too many people with me. The one wearing the same cloak behind me is naturally the nominal leader of the envoy, and my external conscience, Eliza. At this moment, the sword that Anne is brandishing is a thin mithril sword. The body of the sword is as long as a needle and there are golden patterns of roses on it. On the hilt of the sword, there are two fallen angels carved side by side. Their wings are spread open and they seem to be howling at the sky. The green blade of the sword shows that it isn't just a decoration but a lethal weapon that has been enchanted with poison. At the very least, that black-skinned dark elf merchant is trying his best to convince the young city lord of this point. Artwork, Sword of Fallen Angels attack power, 0 to 5, +1 poison damage, grade, excellent special effect, none. Oh, no, she still has a special effect. At the very least, it can show that you are rich enough to be foolish enough to buy such a flashy toy. Perhaps, if you wave it at the sun, it might even dazzle your opponent's eyes. Weakness, extremely fragile. When clashing with an excellent grade weapon, there is a 70% chance that it will shatter instantly. Aishi above. That elf idiot actually carved a hollow part of the sword for the sake of aesthetics. This is a typical elf artwork. It is beautifully decorated, meticulously carved, made of expensive materials, perfect craftsmanship, and then, useless. Battle? Do you intend to bring artwork to the battlefield? Or do you intend to inscribe that you are an artist on your epitaph? You better go and choose the dwarf stupid boorish at this moment, looking at and who is waving the rapier with all her might. I am a little speechless. What do you mean by the system admitting that you are a work of art? What do you mean by the system admitting that you are trash? The products of the elves always leave one speechless. The pursuit of art and beauty is indeed undeniable. However, if one were to go to such an extent, using the precious enchanted metal mithril to make the body of the sword, but due to excessive carving, the body of the sword is even more fragile than a normal weapon, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? For weapons of the same material, the elven smiths would always make them look so beautiful. However, the excessive decorations and adjustments to the practicality of the weapon for the sake of aesthetics would always make them speechless. For example, the elven rapier in front of me or the more famous elven chainmail. Chainmail is famous for its compatibility with magic. Normal metals would have a huge impact on the spellcasting. Even battle mags who frequently go to the front lines for close combat are often forced to choose mage robes instead of metal armor, which has more outstanding defensive properties. Yet, the elven archmages invented this elven chainmail known as Song of Harmony. It is said that it allows mags to wear it as comfortably as normal clothes, not affecting their spellcasting at all. In reality, it really succeeded. The overjoyed kingdom of the elves paid a huge price to popularize this series of chainmail, only to realize that there is a small problem. The defensive properties of this chainmail is even worse than normal clothes. Chainmail is usually made up of sturdy chains. When they are twisted together, they provide reliable defensive properties. However, the hollow metal chains of the Song of Harmony chainmail would break with a single touch. It has no defensive properties against metal weapons at all. Sometimes, in order to avoid arrows, they would just roll on the ground and shatter the chains. After that, they would have to spend a few hours to knead and piece them back together before bracing themselves to wear it, pretending that everything is fine. After all, a poor soldier wouldn't be able to afford the compensation fee for the chainmail with 4 zeros at the end. After that, the Elven Palace carried out an investigation on the design and attempted to improve it. However, they soon realized that it is precisely because the chains are hollow enough that magic can flow freely on the body of the caster. However, with the hollowness, there is no need to think about increasing the defensive properties. Adding thickness would make it no different from other metal armor. Fundamentally, this design is self-contradictory and naturally, there is no way to improve it. As a result, the precious metals in the kingdom's treasury were depleted, and not long after, the kingdom was destroyed by the undead calamity. The Song of Harmony chainmail became the symbol of the elves' flashy but impractical equipment. To tell the truth, I don't know how to deal with the precious metals in those few warehouses. Deep processing and enchantment have already made it impossible for them to be processed. In the end, I threw them to the elven craftsmen and let them turn them into sculptures or similar works of art. This is also the reason why elven products aren't popular in the underground world but highly sought after by the nobles of the human kingdoms on the surface. The best-selling weapons and equipment in the underground world will forever be the grey dwarf stupid big boorish. Of course, the elves themselves won't admit it. They think that this is the slander of the short-lived species. We have enough time to gradually perfect it. You are just jealous of our artistic cells. You foolish and short-sighted things are only suitable to use the dwarf's ugly fire sticks. The gigantic female elf sculpture in front of me is also the same. Some people seem to think that she is a sculpture of the goddess Rose or a necessary item for a certain magic ritual. However, even if the system didn't directly tell me that it is a sculpture of a certain stripper by the sculptor Xin Yi, I can guess that this is probably the result of the elves' artistic talent acting up. Hanging upside down on the cliff, a 100-meter-tall sculpture that requires levitation magic to reach. It is beautiful and attracts the gazes of countless people, but in the end, it is just a sculpture. If it is made by human craftsmen, they would need at least a team of 400 people to work together for 5 to 6 years. However, if it is an elf, it might just be some great artist who suddenly went crazy and spent a few hundred years here alone to create something meaningless. In front of the elves, who have an average lifespan of 1,000 years, they can indeed afford to waste time, but humans don't have the time. The competition of patience with Lawsi's High Priestess Cumchild, Kaja, has finally come to an end. When I continuously grind the third matriarch messenger to the point that she takes the initiative to leave, she also neatly left a letter, inviting me to Vance's elf district for a direct discussion. At this moment, Eliza, who is behind me, used the reason that we are about to hold a secret meeting and it isn't suitable for us to interact too much with the local merchants, successfully persuading and to give up on that sword. Art peace. Lord and, please focus on official matters. You can leave the miscellaneous matters like purchasing to us servants. Her words are filled with venom as usual, but ever since Anne realized that she can't win no matter what she says, of course, there is also the factor of her being unable to defeat this elder sister of hers. She started to get used to ignoring the malice in her words. But looking at this situation, I frown. and is the city lord that we have decided on, and Eliza might very well become the future head of the Internal Affairs Department, the head of the Supreme Court and other high-ranking officials. If they don't get along well or even become enemies with each other, Sulphur Mountain City might be in big trouble in the future. Eliza is obviously able to maintain basic politeness to everyone, but why is she so hostile towards Anne? Looks like I have to find a chance to have a talk with her. Suddenly, the elf guards in front of me open up and a tall dark elf priestess walks out from the shadows. Behind her, there are quite a number of prideful dark elf females dressed in luxurious clothes. There are a total of 72 dark elf cities in the underground world, but there are more than 20 matriarchs of the first family here. Excluding the factor of being unable to make it in time due to the distance, Spider Queen Rose and her priests rule over at least half of the dark elf cities. Is this a show of force? Of course, this is a show of force. Any of the matriarchs here in their own underground city have authority and influence that isn't any less than the city lord of Sulphur Mountain City. For them to silently line up like subordinates, it shows Kajura's authority, and without a doubt, it is a silent pressure. Mortal, you need to know humility so that you can stand on equal footing with my subordinates. But I laughed. An emperor will never compete with a peasant in terms of authority. True authoritative figures and victors don't need unnecessary decorations. Putting up such a show can only mean that she is lacking in confidence. She is worried and fearful of Sulphur Mountain City's strength. She wants something to suppress this new autarch. Hehe, looks like the scene when we entered the city was quite effective. That day, when we entered the city, 17 Roland series robots arrogantly barged into the city. After being intercepted, one of them was sent out and it flattened the 2 black dragons guarding the city gate. In the chaotic battle, it even accidentally smashed the alloy city gate of the city, showcasing the powerful strength and sturdy materials of the giant robots. After that, I made an announce on the spot that these giant robots are the weapons and equipment that Sulphur Mountain City is going to auction off, causing a huge wave. This is much more beneficial than any kind of advertisement or boasting. Everyone would think, since they are willing to sell this kind of war machine that can stand on its own as a dragon slayer, then, does Sulphur Mountain City have an even stronger trump card? Of course, this is just a bluff. At this moment, I can't help but recall the report that I received from Roway and the rest a while ago. Lord, Roland number 3 to number 18 has been fully equipped. If the operator of one of them is a gold rank battle job, it should be able to display the battle prowess of half a legend. Back then, I was shocked. After all, the rampage of that Roland number 2 is still fresh in my mind. No matter how one looks at it, that powerful battle prowess that can easily crush a legend. Although it might not have reached the level of a world saint, it shouldn't be too far away. Yet, it is only half a legend. But very quickly, I understood the whole story from the explanation. Roland number 2 is a prototype. A prototype is a money-burning product that no matter what price we have to pay or how many precious metals we have to use, we have to prove that the design is correct. Back then, more than 100 engineers brought along their treasures, and one of them even used the Titan's heart that was passed down from his ancestors to allow number 2 to achieve such prowess. If you want the other Rolands to achieve this level of battle prowess, I'm afraid that even if we, the engineers, are able to do it, you wouldn't be able to pay the bill. Very quickly, I received a verification from the engineers. No matter what kind of engineering robot it is made up of a power source, an exoskeleton mech, an engine, and a transmission system. The Titan's heart is a heart-shaped gem that is formed after the death of a Titan. It is filled with the highest level of lightning power and is also the highest level of power source. After all, this world is relatively balanced. It is impossible to achieve the battle prowess of a legend in a short period of time. Even if I were to create a strong outer shell of the mech, without a sufficient top-notch power source, it is impossible to create a stronger equipment. In reality, in this weird world where fossil fuels are still in its infancy and rockets are flying everywhere, an excellent power source can only be found when hunting supermonsters. It is something that can only be chanced upon and not sought after. The power source that is sufficient to provide a strong power source is the foundation for an engineering robot to display its prowess. Mentioning this, I couldn't help but think of a similar experience. Previously, Didn't I use the system to do a monthly lottery draw? That time, I just happened to draw a weapon that surpasses the god equipment, a mystical tool from a certain blue-skinned raccoon's dimension, the shrinking lamp. At that time, I was overjoyed. I thought that this messed-up system had finally returned to normal for once, giving me a really usable top-notch equipment. But right after that, I realized that I was scammed. It was too early for me to be happy and I underestimated the system's bottom line. The shrinking lamp is real, but it doesn't have a battery. Looking at the shrinking lamp and the manual that I can't use, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I begged the system to let me exchange for a battery. Unfortunately, that bastard system didn't intend to let me wield the pinnacle of karma from the very start, so how could it agree to exchange for a battery? After drawing 3 times with the battery as the goal, I only obtained a bamboo dragonfly without a battery, a certain-eyed cowboy's toy pistol and a ridiculously full hot tub. After that, I deeply understood the spirit of scamming the system and decided to rely on myself. Later on, after confirming that there is no concept of a small-scale artificial energy, battery, in the field of engineering, I racked my brains and collected countless books on chemistry. Only then did I realize that according to the industrial level of the Asia continent, to create something like a battery, the first thing to do is to solve a series of bottlenecks such as chemical electrolytes and conductive metal electrodes. And to solve these obstacles, I also have to overcome a series of new technical problems. By the time I am done with all the required technological trees, a conservative estimate is that it will take 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, I still need to have a smooth journey of miracles. Thus, I could only helplessly give up on my ambition to start an industrial revolution in the Asia continent. I went off topic again, let's get back to the main topic. After knowing that Roland number 2 is very powerful before it explodes, but the machines after number 3 can only reach the strength of a quasi-legend close combat job, I immediately changed my plans. All of the Roland system uses the appearance of number 2 as the standard, not allowing any differences. Even the serial number behind Roland has to be erased, making it impossible for others to differentiate between them. After that, it becomes simple. After a show of Roland number 2 putting on a show, the other Rolands behind it become the strongest threat. To speak the truth, every time this name comes up, it makes me feel awkward for a long time. But it is a pity that we are unable to come to a consensus on changing the name. In the eyes of those in the know, it is an existence that can crush a legend rank. Paired with 16.5 legend rank, it is very frightening to a normal underground city lord. After all, a normal underground city lord is just a legend rank. But, to an underground autarch who owns a 3-digit number of underground cities, it is nothing. But now, after a show, in the eyes of those who don't know, it is 13 saint rank war machines. Even an underground autarch has to be careful. After that, the announcement of the auction made people shocked at the terrifying background of Sulphur Mountain City being able to casually sell 13 saint rank. I can also earn a huge profit. At the very least, I can recoup the cost of materials and manpower. If both sides aren't on the same level, then what's the point of talking about cooperation? No matter how we talk about it, we will just be swallowed up and merged. The effect that I have spent so much effort to create has already been achieved. The daughter of the true god Rose, the highest leader of all dark elves in name, Kaja, the stance that she is putting on now is sufficient to prove everything. You must be Wu Mianzi. I hope that the footsteps of the Spider Queen will ring in your ears. Perhaps, we can have a talk. You and me, in private, in secret. Kajara's voice seems to have a unique charm to it, as though she is a lover who is whispering words of love, as though she is a holy priest who is preaching, causing one to unknowingly want to listen more. But at this moment, hearing her words an ambiguous invitation, the matriarchs behind her burst into laughter. Under the bizarre and proactive view of love of the Dark Elves, this seemingly ambiguous invitation is actually as rude and crude as chick, let's go get a room. I hope that the footsteps of the Spider Queen will ring in your ears isn't anything good either. It might seem as though she is asking the god that she believes in to bless you, but in reality, it is also a vicious curse. Rose is the goddess of spiders and spiders don't have the sound of footsteps. When she purposely makes a drumbeat that sounds like her footsteps, it is just to remind you of her arrival. Or perhaps, It is to say that she has already decided to get rid of you and wants to see your ugly state of survival. How many years has it been? The elves still like to play this game, adding some sarcasm and curses in their greetings. If you can't hear it, they can laugh loudly at your lack of knowledge and the short lifespan of your race and your lack of accumulation. However, this game is ineffective against me. In the past, I have even witnessed and led the destruction of several kingdoms of the elves that have existed for tens of thousands of years. Countless precious books have become part of my collection, so what does this kind of sarcastic joke count as? Respected Madam Kaja, thank you for your greeting. I hope that the 8 eyes of the Spider Queen will always be staring at you. I hope that the Oracle of Candlelight will descend by your side as soon as possible. This isn't anything good either. Spider Queen Rose's savagery, cunning, suspicious, fickle-minded, jealous, due to her terrible reputation, it can be added with any negative adjectives, is well known throughout the world. How can it be a good thing to be targeted by her? Candlelight God Envoy. It is just a wax demon. Furthermore, this kind of evil being is the messenger of Rose. When it descends, it will definitely bring a series of schemes and troubles. If I complete it well, I might not be rewarded. If I don't complete it well, I might be able to meet Rose directly. My soul will go and my body will remain. For the mistress, it is better not to meet this kind of superior. My blessings may be a disaster to me personally, but to Priest Rose, being valued by a superior god is naturally a good thing. So, Kaja can't refute it. However, Kaja, who suffered a loss in silence, smiles casually. As expected of the great saint who is able to create the power of law alone. Your knowledge and wisdom is worthy of our respect. Let us toss aside the minor details and discuss the topic that we are concerned about. As she says that, she stretches out her hand, intending to let me kiss it. However, the hand that Kaja stretched out stopped in mid-air. That is because I silently took a step back, giving way to and who is behind me. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Anne Lade, the next city lord of Sulphur Mountain City. Uncle Wumianzi said that I should be the one to negotiate with you. With a cheerful smile, and greets Kaja. Then, she grabs her hand and shakes it with all her might. At this moment, Kaja, whose body is shaking non-stop, looks at me in surprise. To the dark elves who view fighting for power and status as instincts, she disregards this puppet little city lord from the start. What's more, she can't understand is why I let and represent Sulphur Mountain City even though I have an overwhelming advantage in all aspects. On the other hand, I silently look at everything that is happening in front of me. To say something unbelievable, I don't have any confidence in Anne's negotiation. After all, I only wanted her to negotiate with me, but I didn't reveal anything about the negotiation. We can't accompany you for half your life. This is nurturing and also a test. Good luck, little Anne. Chimpy. Lord, you sure are affectionate. As expected, a fiancé is different. However, little Anne, you don't seem to be a necrophile, right? Do you need me to prepare to comfort you for the 999th time? Don't spread rumors. People will believe it. How can there be 999 times, only 46 times of heartbreak? It hasn't reached 3 digits yet. Master, I have to remind you that the hearing of elves with their long ears are quite good. You spoke so loudly that all the grandmothers heard your heartbreak records. It seems that a few of them are constantly glancing at your lower body. From their comments, it seems like they are planning to try a new taste and eat a 1,000-year-old virgin chicken like you. Perhaps, they might even give you a red packet after the matter. But, as she says that, she pushes her spectacles and the corner of her mouth curls up, revealing a gaze that looks like pity but is actually mockery. The meaning behind her words is very clear. You are just a fellow with only bones left and you are still thinking about women? I don't want a red packet. I want to revive. As she says that, a certain someone tearfully starts to prepare. Then, if you have a physical body, are you willing to be eaten by these old women who can be your grandmothers? They are really dirty. A certain female servant takes the chance to pursue. Chapter 39. This is our proposal. As a part of the alliance, We hope to obtain the right to purchase the market price of the 30 products on this list. Also, we hope that the Dark Elf merchants will be able to freely enter your city. In the spacious conference hall, it is still decorated with the same luxurious elf sword dance style as before. Listening to the negotiation of both sides, I almost dozed off. And we'll deal with the military affairs, Marguerite will assist in the business affairs, there is nothing for me to do. Since I have nothing to do anyway, let's find some fun. Of course, the market price of the 23 common products is acceptable. But mercury, dragon poison, twice processed liquid sulfur and the other 7 products are controlled or prohibited by the government. It is impossible for them to be sold outside unless you agree to trade equally with those special products on our list. Furthermore, as long as your Dark Elf merchants are proper merchants and not spies and assassins wearing the clothes of merchants, why would you be afraid of our inspection? Pushing up her glasses, Eliza says so. Big sister, you are still trying to bargain with this little cucumber. Fine, $5, take it all, but you have to include these tomatoes. Don't worry, they are all fresh goods. Hee, little girl, then let's trade equally. To be honest, these trade deals are just the appetizer to deepen our relationship. Perhaps, we should talk about the main topic. For example, about that power of law of yours. Kaja smiles. Hee, young lad, let's do it this way. I don't care about such a small amount of money. Right, how much are you selling those yellow crocus for? This time, Eliza frowns slightly but doesn't say anything. Instead, she looks towards Anne. UN, and can decide on this matter. If you Dark Elves are interested in the power of law, you can send someone to Sulphur Mountain City to learn. But, you have to swear in the name of the Spider Queen that you are not to harm the citizens. At the same time, you have to swear to give up on pursuing and killing the Dark Elves in Sulphur Mountain City. UN, if you want the yellow crocus, $12 a catty, I will give it to you at a low price. This yellow crocus are very fresh, it is best to eat it when cooked. But, if you accept the yellow crocus, then don't blame me for the potato from before. Hearing Anne's reply, Kaja shook her head. The will of the Spider Queen cannot be neglected. The traitors must be eliminated, and we elves have plenty of time to wait. Let these traitors patiently wait for the arrival of the day of the end. Alright, let's not talk about these disappointing things. Perhaps we can talk about a deeper topic, such as a military alliance against a certain side. Of course, an alliance that won't be written on paper. That won't do. Our cafeteria boss is a fair trader. The potato bill has to be paid sooner or later. But, let's talk about something else. For example, when are we going to beat up that fatty who always bullies people? Of course, if Fatty finds out beforehand, I won't admit it. Obviously, what happened before was just the appetizer. The current private military alliance was the real reason for the secret meeting today. And hesitated, but Eliza's eyebrows furrowed, and her face was full of frost. She seemed to be troubled. It should be very troublesome. Of course it will be very troublesome. This decision will represent countless lives and futures. However, it is precisely because there is great pressure that one can grow and improve. I have high hopes for you too, Eliza, Annie. Please wait for a moment. Finally, she made up her mind, stood up, and walked in front of me. Master, have you had enough? Don't play those boring vegetable buying jokes in my head. Don't hinder our negotiation. Did I accidentally say it out? Sorry. Apologizing without any sincerity, then lowering her head to reduce her presence. Of course, one should have a target to complain to. Wouldn't talking to yourself make you crazy? Alright, in the eyes of outsiders, Eliza stood silently in front of me, looking me in the eyes. Then, I maintained my silence, as though tacitly giving the right to make the decision to the other party. Sorry for my rudeness. After apologizing, Eliza sat back down. Actually, what I said isn't wrong. Negotiation is still bargaining, haggling over every ounce. Is there any difference from buying vegetables in the market? I'm thinking about a problem, please be quiet. Alright, you all only know how to bully old bones. If you think that old bones are annoying, Then old bones should go out for a walk. Coincidentally, I was also fed up with the boring atmosphere in the negotiation room, so I stood up to leave. Please be careful on your way back. Return to the encampment earlier. Don't randomly pick up food from the ground, don't make too many children cry, in case their parents come knocking on your door. Also, don't get caught doing bad things. I'm not familiar with the police station here, so I don't want to go there to collect people. Alright, away from the childlike nagging, I started to reflect on whether I made a mistake. Back then, the cute little girl who was afraid of the dark and loneliness, the one who would tug on the corner of my clothes to sleep when there was a storm, how did she become so sharp-tongued and twisted under my education? Along the way, under the cold gaze of Eliza, I had to pretend to ignore the ambiguous gazes and vague invitations of the elf matriarchs. What a pity, the adult art and various skills of the dark elves are their world-renowned art treasures, something that every man dreams of. Alright, even without that sharp-tongued maid, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But thinking about it is fine. As a man, imagining isn't a crime, right? Eliza, don't sing father-in-law has a migraine. In my head. I shouldn't have taught you how to sing pop songs back then, even more so, I shouldn't have told you what a father-in-law is. Mitch, wait till I revive. Before leaving, I took one last look at Anne, who was still speaking confidently, hoping that she would be able to stand on her own, so that I can collect the reward for reviving. What I didn't know was that after I left, all of the dark elf matriarchs heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. That robe and mask seemed to be god equipment. The true appearance and strength of the person within are completely unfathomable. There isn't any change in his emotions, his heartbeat is also undetectable. When I close my eyes, it doesn't exist at all. What kind of existence is that? Is it a demon? Human? Elf? Undead? Completely unfathomable. The two little girl representatives are obviously relying on his judgment. Yet, at this moment, they are destined to leave. Why? Could it be that they are plotting something? From a certain perspective, the only obstacle in this negotiation is that Wu Mian's he. In the eyes of the dark elf matriarchs who have lived through countless years, strength isn't scary. What is scary is always the unknown. Wu Mian's he, this person, is simply too mysterious and dangerous. As the discoverer of a new power of order, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to overestimate Wu Mian's he. If the power of law is destined to become a powerful order like the Holy Light, we might be facing a future god. But no matter what, his departure is a good thing for the negotiation. Perhaps, we should let Shadow follow him, if there is a chance. Lucina, the first matriarch of Morseblight City, from a certain perspective, is Sulphur Mountain City's neighbor. Even though those eccentric dark elves who believe in the Holy Light caused the original First Family to lose the trust and favor of the Spider Queen, allowing the Siphon family which Lucina belongs to rise in power. But no matter what, Diana Isin, who betrayed the dark elves and is living better and better, is still the humiliation of Morseblight City. If this humiliation isn't wiped away in time, the Spider Queen has never been a reasonable god. The pitiful state of the previous first matriarch who was turned into a spider elf and wailed in agony is still fresh in her mind. But at the same time, Kaja who is chatting with and suddenly glances at her, as though seeing through her selfish intentions. If there is a chance, send a small gift to deepen your relationship with that lord and form an alliance with Sulphur Mountain City, this new autarch, to fight for the leadership of the entire Underground Alliance. This is a huge matter that concerns the entire Dark Elf race. No one would be so short-sighted to affect the big picture for their own selfish desires. Even if Lucina changes her words quickly, the moment Kajura's gaze stops on her, her heart feels as though it has stopped beating and her back is instantly soaked in cold sweat. For Kaja to be able to control a small half of the Dark Elf race, Lorsai's blessings alone aren't enough. Among the vicious and merciless Dark Elves, this high priestess who always has a smile on her face also uses bloody suppression to strike fear into the hearts of those who resist. Otherwise, why would the Dark Elves, who view rebellion as glory, obey this highest leader in name? Then, the gift will be prepared by you, the respected matriarch Siphon, personally. Right now, we indeed need an ally that is worth trusting. Yes, it's my honor. I'll do it perfectly. Having no time to care about the snickering of the other matriarchs, Lucina Sifan can only feel the joy of surviving a calamity. Then, let's confirm the communication channel between us, the alliance between the two powers. Even if it is an alliance with their own ulterior motives, there are too many details to discuss. This conference is destined to last for a long time. As for me, I don't really care. No, it should be said that there is no need for me to care. Just like what I said to Eliza, the negotiation between countries and powers is actually no different from buying vegetables in the market. It is nothing more than giving me 2 cents and I will give you an extra carrot or potato. When the market price is fixed, no matter how skilled the negotiation is, it can only move the price slightly. To put it bluntly, the outcome of the negotiation is usually determined before the negotiation even begins. What can't be obtained on the battlefield, can't be obtained on the negotiation table. Alright, I know that there are special cases. Let's not talk about that uncomfortable history. If the ruler is that stupid, then no matter how much negotiation or how much war is, it would be meaningless. That market price that dominates the outcome of the market transaction is the situation that both sides face before the negotiation, the bargaining chips that they possess and can exchange. The more anxious the side is, the easier it is for them to lose the initiative in the negotiation. On the other hand, the side with more bargaining chips is more likely to trade small for big, earning big. Due to our hard work in this period of time, the initiative in the negotiation is already in the hands of Sulphur Mountain City. Molly and Sho have been on the move recently, Einsterner. Edua and the demon behind him are as cunning and fickle, obviously a two-faced person who can't be relied on. Adding on the Dark Elf matriarchs who never know what is loyalty, the pressure on Kaja should be huge. I remember that in the original history, 10 years later in the Underground Alliance's epic war against the Surface, the highest leader of the Dark Elves is a Dark Elf matriarch named Victoria. The abdication of a Dark Elf matriarch has never been peaceful, and it is impossible for them to abdicate voluntarily. After all, that usually means an ending worse than death. Then, no matter if it is her or the Dark Elf faction that she represents, they are in dire need of allies now. As for Sulphur Mountain City, this negotiation, and even the application to join the Underground Alliance, they can just turn around and leave if they are unable to come to an agreement. At the very least, before my little jokes and arrangements are exposed, there is no reason for Sulphur Mountain City to get involved in this mess. Since the initiative in the negotiation is in our hands, not to mention that the other party has something to ask of us, they are even determined to form an alliance with Sulphur Mountain City. Then, the Dark Elves have to succeed in the negotiation. We, on the other hand, don't care about the outcome of the negotiation. Furthermore, we have a lot of bargaining chips. No matter how we negotiate, the winner will be us. This is also the reason why I have been delaying my contact with Kaja and Einsterner. I want to make them anxious, worried that if we come to an agreement with Sho and Molly, it would cause the internal balance of the alliance to tilt once again. This is also the reason why I said that the outcome of the negotiation has been decided long before the negotiation. Furthermore, after confirming that Anne and Eliza's negotiation skills are above average and that they don't show any signs of fear or panic, I left with a peace of mind. At this moment, walking on the streets of Vance, looking at this alternate form of prosperity, I intend to start my own plan. I, Wumianzi Roland, am not a magnanimous person. Since you dared to launch a sneak attack on Sulphur Mountain City, you should have thought of the possibility of retaliation. Sho and Molly, it is time for you to return what you owe me.